Avenue here in the beautiful city of Cape Canaveral, Florida. I call this meeting to order. And with that, Councilmember Davis, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, council, city staff, and everyone who has joined us here today, here at the chambers and online participating. We've got a full agenda tonight. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Here.
Mayor Morrison?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Present.
Everybody's here. All right, this time we can approve of the agenda as written. If so, I don't really think we can take action, or if there are any amendments, council. We've got 4 presentations, public participation, 3 consent agenda items, 3 public hearings, 3 items for action, 4 items for discussion, reports, and 2 informational items. So there aren't any changes. Looking for a motion to adopt as written.
Make a motion to adopt the agenda as
second.
written.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson? Mayor Pro Tem Kellum? Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
That's 5-0. The agenda stays, and we now move on to the presentation and interviews portion. The first one we have here, our Supervisor of Elections for Brevard County, Mr. Timbo Bannock, to discuss 2024 election readiness.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity and the invitation to come out and speak. My name is Timbo Bannock, and I'm your Brevard County Supervisor of Elections. It's a pleasure to come out here to the beautiful city of Cape Canaveral. The weather wasn't so nice getting here, but we managed to make it okay. So I want to talk a little bit about the upcoming election cycle and what we like to call being election ready. People don't realize that in a presidential year, we have 155 days of active voting going on, of ballots moving. And that's because before every federal election, actually before every election, 45 days before each one, the mail ballots go out for our overseas military and our civilian voters. And for the March election and the November election, we actually can count those ballots up to 10 days after. So 3 elections, 45, 55, 55, you got 155 days of ballots moving around. And that doesn't include all of the work and office stuff that my office does to prepare 1,100 poll workers, 89 polling places, 10 early voting sites, and all of the work that goes on behind the scenes. So I wanted to give you just a couple of statistics and information before I get into it here. Cape Canaveral currently, as of today, has 7,074 registered voters in the city. Of those, a little over 1,700 are registered Dem, 3,200 registered Republican, and another 2,100 or so registered as no party affiliation or other party. Now, I like to give those statistics even though all of the city council races are nonpartisan, at least now. There was a couple of legislative things that were kind of proposed last year, but as it stands, all of the cities and towns are still nonpartisan. Upcoming elections, we've already had our first election. That was our warm-up round in March, and now we have our August primary. That will be on August 20th. And the deadline to register to vote or to change your party to participate in the primary races is this Monday, July 22nd. And so we call that the book closing deadline. So that is your deadline to register. It's 29 days before every election. And we have already mailed out the ballots for our military and our overseas voters. Those went out on July 5th. And the mail ballots will go out for the rest of the voters this Thursday, July 18th. I'm going to talk about mail ballots a little bit later. We will have early voting August 10th through the 17th. And that will be at 10 locations throughout Brevard County. We have a website, votebrevard.gov, where you can click on those the early voting sites. And not only can you see the locations and where they're at, but we also have real-time wait times that are out there. So if you see, and I don't anticipate wait times in the primary, but as we get into the bigger elections in the general, you can see what the wait time is at, let's say, Kiwanis Island Park, which would probably be the closest one to this location here. And you might see that, hey, maybe they've got a 30, 40-minute wait, but if you go just down the road to the Dr. Jolie Community Center, there'll be no wait at all. Early voting, any voter can vote in any early voting location, whereas on election day, you have to vote in your assigned polling place. I did want to give a shout out to the city of Cape Canaveral. First off, it's always amazing working with your city clerk, Mia. She does a wonderful job in getting us all of the election information, the candidate information. But you guys kind of take it a step further and really help promote everything on social media that my office posts. So whoever's managing all of that social media stuff and everything between the signs on the road and everything about upcoming deadlines and all, very much kudos to you. You guys do an amazing job, and we really appreciate you helping get that voter education message out there. For the November election, that presidential election will be November 5th, and the deadline to request a mail ballot for that election will be, the mass mail goes out October 3rd, but the deadline to register to vote is October 7th. Now, unlike a primary election, which is closed primary party system, in a November election, anybody can vote for any candidate on the ballot. And that's where all of the Cape Canaveral City Council races and most of the municipalities have their races on that November ballot. It's also where we have any municipal referendums. You know, right now we've got 6 constitutional amendments that are going to be on the ballot, and we've got at least 1, maybe 2 county commission, county referendums, and then I don't remember on the forms if Cape Canaveral is going to have a referendum or not. If there is, we'll put it on there for you guys, no problems at all. So as we go into the election cycle here, we talk about being election ready and having a plan for how you're going to cast your ballot in this upcoming election. In Florida, we have 3 methods of voting that are authorized by statute: mail ballot, early voting, and election day. Mail ballots have changed significantly since the last election. In 2022, my office sent out over 150,000 mail ballots, and over 95,000 of them were returned. However, the legislature made changes that wiped out all mail ballot requests effective January 1st of 2023. So all the mail ballot requests that we had on file from that last election all got wiped out at the end of that year, and we started with 0. We have worked to build that request list up, educating voters, making sure that they are aware that if you want to continue voting by mail, you have to re-request your ballot. And that request is only good for 1 election cycle. So if you requested a mail ballot from 2023 on till today, you're good for the rest of this year. But at the end of this year, that mail ballot request will again expire, and voters will have to do that. I've been in elections 15 years. I've overseen 31 elections, and the legislature has changed this 4 times since I've been in office. So we went from 2 cycles to 1 cycle to 2. Now we're back to 1 cycle that a mail ballot request is good for. We're back up to a little over 66,000 mail ballot requests countywide right now. So we're a little over a third of the ballot requests that we had. I do believe that, you know, some of those in 2022 were a little bit of a leftover carryover from the COVID, 2020 and that kind of stuff, where the majority of voters voted by mail in those, coming off of those COVID years. But I think we're going to see more of an even split, a third, between the mail ballot, early voting, and election day. The for early voting, like I said, we'll have 10 locations. Any voter can vote in any early voting location. So if residents of Cape Canaveral, let's say, work in Titusville or Palm Bay, they can go to those locations and cast their ballot down there on their lunch break or whenever it's convenient, or they can do it back up in this neck of the woods up here. Either way works for us. But again, election day, which I like to call your last chance to vote, you have to vote in your assigned polling place on election day. So keep that in mind. I always tell people that if you wait until 6:45 p.m. on election day and you show up and there's 100 people in line to vote, don't get mad at me because you had to wait in the line because you waited to the last 15 minutes to cast your ballot. Now, as long as you are in line by 7 p.m., you will be entitled to vote. We have somebody that waits at the end of the line so that everybody is entitled to vote. And we see that sometimes in the general election cycles where we have, busy in-person turnout. So how to be election ready? Besides having that plan, knowing the methods of voting, make sure that you're registered to vote. Check your voter registration status at votebrevard.gov, and there's a little thing that says registration status. You put in your name and information, and we'll tell you what we have for your precinct, your polling place, your residence address, what we have for your registered political party. And on your polling place, we'll have a picture of the polling place and give you directions on how to get there. And all of that information is there. It'll also tell you the status of your mail ballot request, so know where you're at. Keeping your signature up to date is also very, very important, especially if you're a mail ballot voter. By law, I am required to compare the signature on file on your voter registration to the signature that you sign on that mail ballot certificate envelope. And we have to match those, and we match every single envelope that we get back to ensure that it is that voter. Now, Florida law does allow that if the signature does not match, I am required to call, text, email, and send a letter to those voters, giving them the opportunity to cure that signature by submitting a formal affidavit and giving us a copy of their ID, and then we can count their ballot. And you can do that up to 48 hours after Election Day. So there is a cure process in place. If you want to see your existing signature, you can go into any one of my 4 offices, or you can just simply fill out a voter registration application and update your signature. The vast majority of our voter registrations come from the DMV. So the signature on your driver's license is most likely what we're seeing on your voter registration. I can tell you that we do take the signature matching very seriously. My first election as the supervisor of elections, the November one, my staff rejected my own signature on my ballot. And it was because after getting appointed, I started signing so many different things between payroll checks and accounts payable and all these purchase orders. My signature got very lazy. And so I had to do the cure. I did actually that process myself. I had the pleasure of calling one of our state representatives and informing him that his signature didn't match, that he had to cure it. And he actually thanked me and said the system's working and you guys are doing exactly what you should be doing on that signature matching process. What I tell people is when you're signing those electronic sig pads, like you do at the DMV or like you do when you check in at my office, sign an electronic sig pad like you would a paper document. Sign it like you would your mortgage statement, because that's how you're signing a piece of paper on your mail ballot envelope. Just keep your signatures consistent. But if you've had a life-changing event, as we get older, our signatures change. We just want to keep that up to date. The last thing I want to talk about is election integrity. We are a leader in the state when it comes to election integrity. People look to us to see how we should be doing things. And the best thing that we ever did was in 2021, we implemented a system called Clear Ballot, and it is an automated, independent audit system. And we conduct a 100% audit on every race, every precinct, and every ballot in every election. And we accomplish this by scanning every ballot twice. So when a voter feeds a ballot in at an early voting site or election day into that certified voting equipment that I'm required by law to use, or those mail ballots that get tabulated on that same equipment, we run them through a second system using scanners that you can buy at Office Depot Staples, just what we call commercial off-the-shelf scanners. They're not connected, and we scan every single ballot, and we compare the results to guarantee the accuracy of the vote. And I can tell you in the 2022 general election, we scanned 549,000 ballot pages. We had over 7.9 million ovals or votes filled in across those 500,000 ballot pages, and we were 99.992% accurate between the two systems. And we've never had an election that was less than that. I think that's the gold standard for election integrity, is doing that 100% audit, and we're very proud to lead the way here in Brevard County with that. With that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that anybody might have on the council and appreciate the time that you've given me to speak.
Vanek, thank you very much for taking the time to do this. It's very much appreciated. It's very important. Council, any questions for our supervisor of elections?
I have one.
Thank you for coming this evening.
No, thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I know that there was back and forth with the sample ballots. Where are we on that? Are we?
So I'm glad you asked that. So for those who aren't sure, last year I had a fight with the county commission where they tried to take the funding away for our sample ballots. Luckily, we were able to fight back and got that funding restored. So every voter in Brevard County will get a sample ballot this year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Again, thank you very
All right,
much.
thank you much. You guys have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So now we have a couple of presentations The first one here is a presentation of Institute for Elected Municipal Officials. No one's here, I don't think, right, for that. It's me. Got it. And so this right here, created in 1992, the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials, IEMO, was designed by the Florida League of Cities to help elected officials in Florida's municipalities to effectively meet the requirements of their elected role. IEMO is an intensive two-day academic program which offers a comprehensive overview of Florida municipal government. Instruction modules focus on the numerous aspects of municipal government, including budgets, accounting, taxes, and other sources of revenue and public officials' liability. Traditionally, the city honors the city council members who complete their IEMOs by scheduling certificate presentations at the next council meeting. After staff receives a copy of FLC, and the city received the certificates for Councilmember Davis, who completed both the IEMO October on the 14th through the 15th, 2022, and IEMO 2 on April 28th through the 29th, 2023. And on behalf of the Florida League of Cities University, Mayor I. Wes Morrison will present Councilmember Davis the IMO and IEMO 2 certificates of completion attached herewith. Councilmember Davis, thank you very much. If you'd like to say a few words and maybe go to the front, we can take a picture of these certificates.
Coming because it was during the time frame of COVID, and they just missed out on sending my certificate. So I'm glad I finally got them, and thank you, Mia.
Thank you and congratulations. The next one I have, I will not go through reading the exact same thing, but Council Member Jackson here, if you'd like to go forward, take a photo. I'll present this to you down there. Councilmember Jackson completed hers on June 7th through 8th, 2024. So congratulations to her as well.
Thank you, everyone. I really didn't want to accept this tonight because Kim has been so involved, Councilmember Davis, in the League of Cities for so many years. And I was like, oh, I hate taking this day from her because she's been involved for multiple years, is our representative and that type of thing. But I decided to go ahead and do it. So thank you for your applause, and I enjoyed getting to learn and go through this portion of their training.
It's awesome. Well, thank you both again, and congratulations. We're now at the fourth presentation and final one of a proclamation declaring July 19th, 2024 as Parks and Recreational Professionals Day to City Parks, Recreation, Community Affairs, and staff. I will come forward to the podium and present this. Molly. I can't. I'm going to read it first. Awesome. Okay. Good here. Wow. And there's more. Thank you all for being here. This is an official proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, whereas the City of Cape Canaveral recognizes that the field of parks and recreation is a diverse and comprehensive system that improves the social, environmental, and economic health of communities worldwide. And whereas the City of Cape Canaveral exemplifies its commitment to providing park and recreation services through the conservation and maintenance of 27 acres of green space, which includes 10 parks, 4 playgrounds, 2 youth sports facilities, numerous athletic courts, and 3 brick and mortar facilities that provide quality of life programs and amenities for all ages. And whereas the skilled work of park and recreation professionals builds community cohesion and resiliency, connects people with nature and one another, and provides opportunities that promote healthy living, social equity, and environmental sustainability. And whereas the City of Cape Canaveral values and respects its parks and recreation professionals for the essential services they provide in the development of programs, hosting events, and ensuring that our parks and recreational spaces are clean, safe, inclusive, welcoming, and ready to use. Now, therefore, I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, do hereby proclaim July 19, 2024 as Parks and Recreation Professionals Day in the City of Cape Canaveral, hereby recognizing the hard work and dedication of these professionals in service to our community, signed and sealed the 16th day of July, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is the first time that this department has been recognized like this. In all the records that I've looked through, and I spend a lot of time looking at old records, and especially the boards and whatnot. But because this department is so spread out over the 27 acres and multiple facilities that were mentioned in the proclamation, it's rare to see this many of us in the same place at the same time. And as PARCA, as we're affectionately called, because our name is too long to say every single time. It's a department of 13 park and recreation professionals, and 8 of which are city residents here in Cape Canaveral, which is like triple of what it was when I first came here in 2014. And I'm incredibly blessed to have such an amazing crew, and I couldn't do what I do without the support of each and every one of them. So thank you for recognizing my staff today.
Thank you. The responsibilities of that department has grown since I've been on, and we're operating, as we heard, at a much higher level than a decade ago. And so thank you all for all you do to make Cape Canaveral better. Council, thank you. Thank you. That's great. We'll have to do that one again. Honored to be a part of the first one. Thank you. So the public participation portion of the meeting is before us. We're at 6:32 p.m. I've got a few public comment cards here for those of you who are listening online and would like to participate. We do allow for two-way participation. We ask that you please raise your hand. We will unmute you, make sure we can hear you, and you will have time to speak. We'll start with the folks here who joined us today. Thank you again for all joining. We have a light here in front of me, green. We have 3 minutes. At the yellow light, there's about 30 more seconds left, and we ask you please wrap it up once the light goes red and sounds off. And with that, the first card I have is Mr. John Benton. Don't see him. There he is. Mr. John Benton, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here for my code reduction hearing. This has been going on for 10 years. Your deacon up here at Kevin Mann came in and testified at a code enforcement hearing that I was living in a warehouse. And the police officers, deputies came and investigated for 4 months and made reports. None of those deputies would come in and testify I lived in that warehouse. I had my driver's license and my phone bill to prove that I did not live in that warehouse. Driver's license and a homestead, that was state issued. I threw in my electric bill and phone bill, but they took Kevin Mann's word for it. He said he didn't have anybody living in his warehouse. I did not know it that night, but 3 weeks later, I found out his son was living in a warehouse up there. And he was on the sex offender site, using it as an address. And he got arrested for it. And it took me a year to get you guys to do something about it. I told you, he's up there and his son's living in a warehouse. You owe me a code reduction hearing. You let Kevin Mann get up there and testify against me, telling them that I live in a warehouse. And a police officer in the unit next to me, that I own the unit, I'm his landlord, he's up there 160 hours the month before that meeting. He's keeping track on a calendar because he's rebuilding a car, and he's a cop in Cocoa Beach, and he was tired of being a cop. He's tired of the pressure, and he wanted to know if he could make a living at how long it would take him to rebuild a car and sell it. And he commented, I was in Virginia for a month. You guys put religion in front of what's best for this America. You put Kevin Mann because he's a deacon in the Presbyterian Church. And the Code Enforcement Board chairwoman, Mary Russell, she belongs to the Presbyterian Church in Cocoa Beach. She's not going to call out Kevin Mann or his son for living in the warehouse. Board members of churches and Christian schools cover it up. And what I was doing in that warehouse is I was coming out on a Jewish school in Winter Park, what they did to me when I was a child, when in 1969. That's what I was doing in the warehouse, and I was sending the emails from that warehouse to Judge Rainwater at the courthouse because doctors said, John, you need to tell people what these people did, even though it was 30, 40 years ago. You owe me a code reduction hearing. You should not put religion above what's best for this country. I'm an American. I have a right to defend myself. Kevin got up and testified after me. Oh, John lives in his warehouse. I don't have anybody living. No police officers came in and testified I lived in that warehouse. I walked around with them at least a half a dozen times, a half a dozen police reports. I got the first one they wrote, there's dry goods on top of the refrigerator I have in there. I had a lawn service, man. I got a refrigerator in there to freeze Gatorade. I don't live in a warehouse. I lived 20 years in a condo here on Tyler Avenue. In the very first council meeting I came to, Mr. Randall said, I know you don't live in a warehouse, John. You live on Tyler.
Thank you. Okay, got a few more cards here. Miss Pam Sazplicki. Hopefully I said that correctly. Now, you did select item number 8. Welcome to speak now, especially, it might take us some time to get here, but that is a, thank you very much, item for action will be taken up, so floor is yours. Thank you, Ms. Pam.
Can I hand you some pictures?
If you want to provide it to a lieutenant here, I think he can distribute it. Thank you. One moment, please. I'm not sure. Oh, it appears. Do you mind when we get to this item coming and speaking at that time?
Sure.
Is that okay? I assume you would, unless you need to leave or something or go,
No,
but do you intend to stay?
Well,
Or when we get to it, we will try to get to it as soon as we can. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yes, thank you. I appreciate being flexible. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Okay. Next one is, got a few. with item number 6, Mr. Michael DeChristopher. Mr. DeChristopher, do you intend to speak? During the public hearing. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, same with the other one, number 6, which leaves 2 more that do not have an agenda item selected. Ms. Tamara Molbach? Hi, Ms. Molbach. Thank you.
How are you doing? Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. The first thing I need to do is apologize to the council for my outburst or last meeting that we had. There's no excuse for it. Disrespectful, especially to Council Member Davis. And I apologize, and I hope that you will accept that apology. You're welcome. Not my best moment. Just some quick things, quick hits. I know there was some talk about revising SOPs, creating SOPs, best practices, employee handbooks, those kinds of things. I would recommend that there's a lot of small cities out there. Don't reinvent the wheel. Reach out to HR people for HR handbooks in small cities and code enforcement and things like that to get back best practices and find out what their SOPs are, and steal and borrow and use what works and disregard the rest. I know that we're working on, I know we talked a lot about culture change in the last meeting, and it's a hard thing to do, is changing culture. It takes time. I would recommend in that situation is to go ahead and to rebuild the trust, is to set up some focus groups, get a consultant in there for that, and talk to staff and talk to city council and talk to your board members, and then work some action plans from that. I think you get a lot of bang for your buck with that, and then work towards rebuilding trust. I still can't let go of 52423. We know why it happened, but we still need to know who entered it, how did it happen. It's a falsification of city records, and it should not be tolerated, and you shouldn't let it go until you find out who, when, how it happened. We don't have the answer to that yet. I just want to point out real quick on 5/7/2023, that special meeting at 2 hours and 45 minutes in and 35 seconds, you'll see Brian Palmer lied to the city council. I saw this, explaining it to my city manager. We pulled up the field notes, and that's where I saw it. It did not exist then, so that could not have happened. Again, building trust, yeah, we need to answer to that question, please. So get to the bottom of that. Thank you, and that's really all I have tonight.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Pat Campbell, I have 2 cards. One of them, an open one.
Patrick Campbell, Cape Canaveral. I'd like to talk to you tonight about 4 items, try to make it as quick as I can. The first one is the agenda. This council has mentioned before that the agendas are too long. Many times you have to extend the time frame to accommodate an agenda. It's problematic for a number of reasons, but the thing I want to point out is that as a citizen, I really can't expect council for a long agenda to get up to speed on these complex and weighty issues in the city of Cape Canaveral in the length of time you're given. It's just not reasonable. I don't see how you do what you do, let alone go through some of these things and gain sufficient knowledge to be able to direct the city from a basis of facts. And I'm also interested in a comment at the budgeting meeting where your voted in raise is going to kick in. You voted in a couple of years ago. I just want to point out that over that 2 years, whatever you got's gone just buying bread and milk. So you're still not gaining anything. I'd like, and I understand your reluctance to vote in your own raise, and I don't think you should have to. I think council salaries should be directed by some milestone point within city records, perhaps a percentage of total city salaries, perhaps a percentage of total city budget, and be written into the charter where you don't have to vote in your raise. and it needs to be meaningful. The city looks the way it is, performs the way it does, in large part of your influence. You should be paid for that. I don't expect freebies. These are difficult issues to deal with, and to spend enough time on it to give it what it needs, the attention it needs, you should be reimbursed for that. I know all of you, each and every one of you, spend an inordinate amount of time on the city, not even close to being compensated for it. As a citizen, I don't expect that. I expect you to be compensated fairly for your time. I mentioned at the budget portion of this meeting about participating budget. I've mentioned it before. I would like the council to at least do a little bit of research on what that is and why it's beneficial. In short, it just says citizens get to weigh in at some level of city expenditure. We get some awareness and some capability to direct it. So please take a look at that. And yeah, we're struggling with code enforcement. We have for many years. I've been involved in code enforcement for many years. And I know that's a tough job. I'm not here saying it's not a tough job, but it's particularly tough if you don't have a rule book to run by, if you don't have metrics to be able to tell how you're doing. It's a really tough job. So I'd like the city council to consider contracting it out. Just pay somebody to do it. That way you have total control over what metrics you're provided and what performance indicators they work to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I believe that's it. The other cards I have designated agenda item numbers. If you would like to speak now, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll wait. Yes, Ms. Raymond, I have 2 cards for you. Come on.
I'm going to speak about Angela Raymond at 7048 Sevilla Court, Cape Canaveral. I think it's a good idea to take addresses, to know that people are residents when they speak. I just want to speak about tennis court number 5. We have tennis courts, and hopefully we have a maintenance schedule. Tennis court number 5, earlier in the springtime, it had 2 holes. 2 holes were drilled into tennis court number 5. And then there was like a little bit of a hump, which made it a little dangerous for playing tennis. So for a while, we didn't play on tennis court number 5. But we like to play on tennis court number 5 because we can sit in the shade in between sets. My whole point is, the company came in, I think, to find out about the water issue under the tennis court. All right. Hopefully, there's some type of a report on that. What I'd like us to do is finish the job, because once August and September start, we start the Space Coast Tennis League, and we have guests coming from all over the county. And it's rather embarrassing to have the blue or the green, whatever color it is, it doesn't quite match. And it was partially shaved down. But my whole point is, when we start a job, please let's finish the job, all right, rather than to leave it half done. Thank you. That's all, just a small item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. For those of you who are home, and I should ask again, if there's anyone else who needs to speak now and does not want to wait till the item comes, please raise your hand. Seeing none. For those of you who are online participating, if you do intend to speak, please raise your hand. I'll recognize you and unmute you. Don't see any hands raised at this time. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation, bring it back to the council. Thank you all for taking the time to come and speak. Okay, so we have our consent agenda now. We have 3 items on it. If council chooses to remove any, obviously can do that. If not, we can approve. We're approving the minutes. We got a resolution on a water service agreement with the city of Cocoa, and we've got an proposal from Tetra Tech in the amount of $98,000. Any issues?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as is.
I'll
second.
second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Davis, got a second by Councilmember Willis to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay, consent agenda passes 5-0. Now we're moving on to the public hearing portion of the meeting. Our first item, we are at item number 4, resolution number 2024-06, adopting a water service agreement with, resolution number 2024-04, adopting a tentative proposed millage rate for the levy of ad valorem taxes for fiscal year 24-25 on all taxable property located within the city of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida. This is a public hearing item, but first, I want to touch base with our city manager, see if there's anything we need to.
No, just for the sake of the audience who wasn't here for the 5 o'clock meeting, we had a workshop meeting. This is the first time we had official look at the official proposed budget. This is a follow-up item to that. It's a very important one where we adopt a tentative proposed millage rate. And the calculation of the assessed property valuations provided to us and put against the capital improvement plan that we want to do, all the things we want to get done, the calculation comes out to a 3.6222 combined millage rate to get all that done. Now, it's combined with our government millage rate plus the library-dependent special district. That library-dependent special district millage rate doesn't change. That's 0432 is what it was before and stays that way. But so it's 3.5790 for the government millage, so it combined 3.622. As we discussed in that first meeting at 5 o'clock, we like to look at what rollback would be. This is the highest that we're proposing to get everything done. Rollback would be less, and we'll also look at a middle of the road number. John, if we do 3.622, what is the percent increase over the millage rate from last year? You have that number in front of you?
Yes, for the general government, because the library is very low, 7.41%.
7.41% increase. If we want to get all those things done, I know this council cares very much about getting the need-to-haves before the want-to-haves. So that's why we talk about things that we could possibly cut to get there. But at this point, this item is just to set a tentative proposed millage rate, knowing that there is another workshop meeting on August 6th, and then we've got the 2 regular scheduled budget meetings in September. We've got 3 more looks at the budget to decide what we're going to cut and finally get to the millage rate that we all agree to. So what we set here tonight is not set in stone. Is this council, if this council, for example, picked 3.6222, you can always bring that down to some other millage rate that you all agree to. But you can't bring it up. You can't go above it. So whatever you set for this item, just bear that in mind. Mayor.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff on the resolution? At this time, we will go to the public next, bring it back, discuss, and do what's needed. No questions? Okay. This is a public hearing item. If anyone would like to speak on it, this is item number 4, Resolution 2024-04, adopting a tentative proposed millage rate for ad valorem taxes. Anyone chooses to speak, please raise your hand online as well, and we'll make sure you're heard. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public hearing, bring it back to the council.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we go with the middle of the road tax, the millage rate, because we can always go down, but we can't go up. I'm not in favor of a 7.41 increase in taxes. And I think when we go through the budget for the next 3 meetings, there'll be places where we can make cuts and hopefully bring it back to rollback, but I think we should start with the middle of the road.
Mayor, if I may, just for the record, that as proposed is 3.4519 as the general millage rate. That, in addition to that, would be the library of 0432. Combined, John, what would that be? Do you
Correct.
have the calculator?
Let me do the. That would be 3.4941 with the library.
One more time, please.
3.4941.
That's the
That
combined?
includes, yes.
Do we need to know the breakdowns of those? Or can we
No.
vote on the combined?
You
Is
can
that
vote
okay?
on combined.
Good deal. 3.4941,
3.4941.
and that is an increase over the rollback rate, which would well, there's an increase over the rollback rate, then there's an increase in the amount of revenues that would create. From my understanding, 3.4941, the middle of the road rate. The one on the 3.45, okay, I see. My, the amount of revenue, if I understand this, that this would, it's $250,000 roughly less in the general fund and $129,000 less than the proposed rate.
Yes, sir.
But is it also, isn't that $250,000 more than last year? Is that another way to look at it? Or do we know the increase?
No, all we're looking at, all we're saying there is that based on our budget and with a starting point of a proposed millage of 3.5790, we're basically saying if you go middle of the road, it's going to reduce the millage by $250K. That's all we're saying. So it reduces the amount of taxes we'll bring in.
Yep, and so the proposed rate that we have, Mayor Pro Tem Callum, I believe, did you make the formal motion? I might miss, okay, I think we're looking for a second.
I'll make a second on that.
Sorry about that, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Callum and a second. City Clerk, we're good on that rate? Or the motion?
The total, well, the motion was middle of the road.
Yep,
So we have the 3.4941 total combined.
combined. Yes, that's what I have too.
Okay.
That's was the intent of your motion. Got it? Okay. Council, I was discussing it before I got the motion in the second, excuse me. Thank you for your patience. I just want to make a statement that this year's revenue at the proposed rate was roughly $7 million. This rate will bring in $250,000 less, roughly?
Yes.
Okay, and then to go to rollback rate, it's roughly $500,000 less than the
Right, well, you're
proposed.
going 250 down, but if you go rollback, you're going to go down like another 250.
500,000 total?
Right.
But that number would be roughly, the ad valorem last year, $6.3 million.
Right. On
Came
page
in.
20 of your budget book, yeah.
So that rollback rate would bring roughly a similar amount of revenue into the city in taxes, $6.3 million.
Right.
the proposed rate to do everything would be 7.1 million. My statement is this: this is
Correct.
unprecedented for Cape Canaveral. And in the respect to the amount of money. Now, property values have increased. And those rollback rates are coming down, but we usually range around 4.5 million a year. And then we got up to the 5 million once, the 2020 and COVID started hitting. Last year, we hit 6 million. Now we're going to 7 million. And if you go back to page, I guess, in the budget book, where I am very thankful for what our finance director and team did, they actually did the calculations based on rollback rate. I want to thank you on the record for that. That was very, very helpful. I didn't have to go, figure out my own math. And so as soon as I get that page,
78, I think that's where you want to go.
thank you very much. So I am going back to the budget book where that comparison is. My statements are 78. Thank you very much. So we can see the bottom line shows 7,122,000. This will be roughly 6.8 or
Page 78.
oh, thank you.
I'm just talking to the city clerk. I'm talking to the
But
city.
she's actually pulling it up. That's very
Oh, yeah. She's pulling it up on thing. Okay, I'm looking in the book.
perfect. So thank you. The year, the bottom highlighted yellow bar is obviously what we're considering tonight. The 3.62 was the proposed rate to do everything. We've got a rate lower than that, still above rollback rate, i.e. middle of the road. But this is 8.94% higher. The 3.62 rate, if I understand this, is 8.9% higher than the rollback rate of 3.32? Is that what that's
Right.
solving for? Okay. So another way of saying it is rollback rate being the equivalent of last year. We're a little under 9% higher than last year's rate. That's just the rate. And that to me it doesn't mean a whole lot because we don't translate it into dollars. Over to the far right, greatly appreciated that the percentage change in revenues is very helpful because that tells me that rate, bringing in 7.1 million, I understand that, is 12.47%, roughly 12.5% higher than last year's
Yeah, it's
revenue?
just
Is that what that's
dividing
measuring?
the previous, you're dividing the 7,122 by the previous years.
So a 9% increase in the rate results in a 12.5% increase in revenue under this year. And when you go back on the 10-year, which is great, 2017-18, about a 20% increase in the rate, 21.3 roughly increase in revenues. And that was like 4 years in a row at 5%. I think our finance director was talking about, hey, you're going to need to eventually catch up and do a tax increase. When you said that, I thought about, a year like this, where you're trying to do something big. We took on some loans and had some decisions to make. Either way, that year, I always viewed that as, wow, that was a big jump. And then every year after, we've seen an increase in revenues, which is natural, especially with new development and stuff. But on the rate side, if we say we decreased taxes based on the rate, the years that happened, the last year that happened where we decreased taxes was 2019-2020. Went roughly 0.64% below the rollback rate. Still had roughly 4% more money than last year. Next year, we had a true, kept it at rollback rate, 0% increase in the rate. And just notice the next year, even though we didn't, we still had a 5% increase in revenue. Then we kept it at 0% again. And I think what we did in 22-23 was a 4% increase, and then last year we went up to a 7.5% increase. And so when I see this year's increase, that middle of the road as a percentage, I think you asked, was that what you had asked, City Manager John?
What was the rate increase, John, for middle of the road?
Over rollback rate.
Over the, I'll just have to divide that, I didn't have that. The middle of the road combined 3.49, somebody have a calculator? I use my phone. 3.4941, just divide that by 3.3679. Does somebody have, I could use my phone if you want.
I'm
I like the idea of you using yours.
I'll use my phone. And you'll notice when Joey was with me, I had him bring a regular calculator with him for that meeting. Yeah, I got it. $3.75.
That's the increase over the rate.
That's over rollback, 3.75, yeah.
Okay, so the proposed was roughly a 9% increase. The middle of the road is 3.75% increase?
Yeah, based on what you decided, with the combined compared to the rollback.
Okay. Thank you. And so that's good. Revenue going to be as a percentage, I know that might be a little bit more difficult, but is it like 6.8 million, which I think maybe 10%?
Yeah, come from the 7.1, and if you go down 250K, about 6.8.
Okay, so when we go, the last thing I want to say is today when we see that 7.1 million, and you go back to 16, 17, just before I had the opportunity to serve, we were at 3.5 million. We have doubled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. In less than 10 years, double, twice the amount of money. And I know things have got more expensive, but my hope is that we can lower taxes. I set out to do my best to figure out a way to help the citizens receive the same or better level of service for less money. That's the challenge. That's the burden. I don't think citizens would be impressed if, that we just increased a bunch of spending, but we fixed problems. Well, that tends to catch up. I think we can do it. If rollback is just about $500,000 on the general, and I know there's more, I think we can do that. We can find that. And I understand that today's vote, we can go down. I'm just hoping we can see a way to cut 500,000 to at least agree to rollback rate. And
The only thing about that is, as we move ahead with projects, and like Ms. Raymond said, what's on the cutting block for the 500,000? Oak Lane again? 500,000's a lot. I think if we, dug in, we could probably find it, but I don't want that to be the first option, because we need to finish things we've started a long time ago. And Oak Lane has been pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. So that's my only thing with, that's why I thought, let's go with middle of the road. We can always go down. nobody wants to see a tax increase, especially now people's house insurance are going up and expenses are just crazy. So if we could not have a 7% raise in taxes, that's what I was looking at. But I cannot see us kicking the can down the road again with Oak Lane. So, we would have to dig in and see where we could find it,
I think Oak Lane was an example, but I am with you on finishing Oak Lane. I mean, if the justification is, first in, first out, that one certainly qualifies. I know that some of those impact fees on some of those other projects sort of allocate it to those. But yeah, those are my comments, $7.1 million. I think I definitely like middle of the road more than the proposed. I don't view this as, that we're having to reduce salaries or anything like that. I think we need to get Oak Lane done. I think we need to continue to try to bring on the best workforce we possibly can. But there's other areas in there. Oak Lane can get, I think, finished, at least funded, what we have control over. And I'd like to see us do our best to try and get it to the rollback rate. And I really appreciate Councilmember Willis' question, and I think we said about grants, because that's, that sort of changes the conversation. Is as a percentage of the total budget, a lot of it's grant funded. And it complicates it too, because you might want to cut a project and, well, that one's grant funded. We've been there and done that in the past. But those are my thoughts. I really don't want to support any increase. I've tried to stay on consistent with this every year, and we've increased quite a bit. If you add all that up, since, like I said, $3.5 million to $7 million today, or 6.8 as proposed. But I'm looking forward to the second chance, getting in, talking through more with the workshop, figuring out a way to get Oak Lane done, overcome whatever the concerns are. And I'm really, I'm hopeful we can figure out a way to make it work. So that's all I have to say for now. Councilmember Davis.
I'm against rollback because, again, I think we do need to get things done, and we have to consider what that's going to do to the city in the future. It may be good now, but how is it going to affect the city in the future? So I'm for going for a higher number now, not meaning we have to stick to that number, but we have so much more information we need to get before we can make a legitimate decision on this. So I'm for the higher number, and I will not go for rollback.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
I wanted to ask John, do you know what the percentage of assessed value is related to our businesses in Cape Canaveral?
The last time I looked on the split, I believe when I asked the Brevard County, I think they gave me a report on that. I want to say 19%. 71, you know what, I could ask the Brevard property appraiser, but they did send me a report, because I think you asked me that question before, like months ago, and they sent me a report, and I think it showed that the business, what made up the business and whatever this was 19%, and then the rest was coming from residents or, what have you. So
Of the assessed value?
Yeah, of the assessed value. So let me send a message tomorrow and see what the update is from them and what the percentage is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I would like also, I know we discussed it earlier, but what Councilmember Jackson said about the grants that we've applied for last year and how much of that we actually got.
On the grants?
Yeah, I know that was part of our last discussion.
Right. Yeah, I could get with staff and we could see what grants we went for, which ones were received, and, which ones we applied to anything this year.
And, Oak Lane, I don't know you know, Lexi would know, but could Oak Lane be in the Complete Street grant program? I mean, it's not a complete street right now. So, I mean, is that something we could get grants for on Oak Lane? I mean,
think
you
council-
we don't have to answer that now, but I'm just
I
saying.
think council will find out more information on Oak Lane, and I think maybe at the next meeting, whatever, Tim could shed some light on that, because, you know, they are going out for bids and what have you, and everything is getting much more expensive, and the longer we wait, the higher these bids are. So I'll leave it at that for now. I don't want to steal Tim's thunder here. So.
Councilmember Beck?
I'm actually in favor of the rollback rate. However, I know tonight we need to probably go middle of the road and look at what we can prioritize. I'm definitely in favor of prioritizing anything with infrastructure. It's going to give us the biggest bang on our buck for eliminating stormwater now, not 10 years from now when we complete a project. I think people are, if I were in our citizens' shoes on those streets that flood, I would be very tired of that situation at this point. So I think that there needs to be some prioritization on things, and I'm not saying, you know, don't do things. I'm saying look at what we do based on what we want to do with the tax rate, and then decide how we need to trim. For example, with your comment on Oak Lane, I don't think that should be put off. There's flooding up there too, okay? So we need to be cognizant of, would we want the water tapping on our doors? Just like the Thurm Street projects is important to the area over by Manatee Park. We have to look at what we want to do as a council that will impact, the fastest impact we have on flooding and storm waters, as well as getting those projects started so we can get them completed that are going to make an impact. So that's where I stand on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Willis? Yeah.
It's my understanding that the Oak Lane going out to bid is the second time around, correct? So right now, we don't know what that's going to cost. We don't know what that impact is going to be, actually, correct? Am I wrong in that?
That's correct. That's correct. We don't know. And if we put in the budget that it's X amount of dollars, and I think Tim will come up and tell you, he did go out for a bid, and, you know, the bid is, to me, is astounding.
Maybe I prompted his thunder, I don't know.
No, I don't want to steal his thunder, but I could be his lightning. Go ahead.
All right, so the first time we went out to bid, the first time I went out to bid for this project, we were under the assumption that it was going to be under an $800,000 budget. With that being said, I had a engineer's estimate cost of about $655,000 that we were going by. When I received the one and only bid, it was for $1.5 million. So with that being said, I went back to the engineer and I said, will you do me a favor and run those numbers again? Because we are way off here. Something's wrong. When they ran the numbers, they ran the FDOT numbers of how much it would cost to do a regular road and came up with $999,900 something. I'm just going to say $1 million. So yes, this is the second time that is out to bid, and I really don't know what we're going to get back.
And what is the due date for this second bidding?
It is August the 8th.
So we'll know before the September budget hearings, Mayor.
That point being, I think we need to be cautious on where we want to go with our rate here, if that is what we're wanting to do, because if we go to rollback, which, you know, we could, but if we were to go to rollback and it comes in at 1.4 million, how are we going to get there?
And, you know, that makes you think, too, about the presidential streets, the amount that's budgeted for that and the real
Exactly.
amount when we, you know, it's going to be, I mean, what they want to do with the presidential streets compared to Oak Lane is a big difference. And, you know,
And yes, we're impacting the CRA there, so, which is part of what Oak Lane would be paid for with, so.
Okay. City manager, anything you want to chime in with? What?
No, sir, I'm glad I'm not in your seat right now.
Okay. Any other comments at this time? I believe, I'm optimistic, and I think there's enough at rollback rate to do everything we want to do. What happens when things come under budget? They do, here in the city. We can talk about that too. Now, I would agree that, especially when you think about those bigger projects with capital projects, that is not the trend, right? But there's more than the CIP. There's the operating budget, there's line items, and when we go through, as Councilmember Jackson was saying about prioritizing, I can't see Oak Lane not being at the top. I really can't. So if we're really and the flooding portion of the presidential streets is, I think, where we're all interested. And the stormwater side, and I think, yeah, that's it. We can move on. We're going to get another shot at this. I don't want to support even middle of the road. I'm very encouraged about $6.5 billion being $1 million more than the 22-23. Now we're going $1.5 million more. And that to me is, it's not necessary. And I think the citizens would really appreciate it. But this is not final vote. This is first.
I'd like to call a question.
Okay. We got a
motion and a
Yeah,
second.
we have a motion.
city clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson? 4. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
Against.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 4-1. I look forward to getting back in front of us on that, and then the next workshop, we can dig in. And thank you, John, Tim, Joey, everyone who has been involved in this. And again, I really appreciate those calculations you did in the budget. Very, very helpful. Thank you. Okay, thank you, council. We are now able to move on to the next public hearing item, number 5, ordinance number 17, 2024, amending Chapter 82, Buildings and Building Regulations to adopt a local administrative amendment to the Florida Building Code to add a new City Code Section 82-149 requiring a building permit for roof coatings regulated under the Florida Building Code. With this is a public hearing item. City manager. And our city attorney, I guess, would be
Okay.
reading it for us.
Sure. Ordinance 17-2024, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, amending Chapter 82, Buildings and Building Regulations to adopt a local administrative amendment to the Florida Building Code to add a new City Code Section 82-149 requiring a building permit for roof coatings regulated under the Florida Building Code, providing for repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. This is first reading, also a public hearing item. This is an issue that the City Council discussed previously and gave some direction to have staff look into it. This ordinance was created based on that discussion and presented to the Planning and Zoning Board. Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval. Essentially, this ordinance, if it passed, would require a building permit for purposes of roof coatings that are regulated under the Florida Building Code. Currently, roof coatings do not require a building permit under the Florida Building Code. This local amendment would require such a permit, and I think the council, based on previous discussions, is aware of why the city's even considering this. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, city attorney. Any questions for our city attorney, council? This is a public hearing item. If anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward. We're on item number 5, ordinance number 17, 2024, amending Chapter 82, Buildings and Building Regulations. And those of you who are participating online, please raise your hand if you would like to speak during this item. We'll make sure you're heard. I don't see anyone who intends to speak online or here. And double checking my cards, I don't have any. We'll go ahead and close public hearing item, bring it back to the council.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Davis.
I don't have any issue with this, but one thing that I would like to ask is that we do a evaluation annually, just to see if in fact it is helping with the insurance and that, and just to kind of keep track of what's going on.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
do we have any idea what the cost of the permit is going to be?
Yes, one of you asked me about that, and we pulled it up on the computer. Was it $75?
It was based on the size of the building or?
The valuation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so if it was a condo complex, which this was initially discussed in regard to some condo complexes that were having problems with insurance and increasing because they recoated roofs and had no permit to prove it. So when you look at the cost, if you're looking at a condo complex, it's going to be higher versus if I did my home, it would be much lower. And it's literally listed in our code, in the building code. Let me see if I can't get it quickly.
I'm looking for it too. The minimum permit fee is $75, I believe, but in the case of Councilmember Jackson's, that's not going to apply because that's a much larger project. So the code, the schedule of fees is in the code, and it specifies based on the valuation of the work that's being done, that determines what tier you're in for that permit fee. So I'm looking for that, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
a follow-on question to that. Is there any way that we can quantify the effect by when someone applies for a permit, that they report to us if there is any insurance or property insurance savings based upon that? If their property insurance will decrease for having done this.
Do we really, do we want to pay our staff to keep up with that type of
No,
thing
no,
versus
no. When the person comes in and gets the permit, they just agree to let us know what that is. Otherwise, how are we going to know if it's being effective? I mean, we can't go out and track everyone's property insurance. They have to provide us with that information. So we need to ask for it.
Mayor, I think the best way to handle that would be in BS&A, when a contractor applies for such a permit, we will have contact information for that contractor. So we can go back at the period of a year and contact all the applicants for roof coating permits and ask them to reply. Did this result in any positive change for you? It can't be mandated, I think, is one of the points, but we can ask for it.
Well, because if it's not having the positive effect on insurance, then why charge them a permit fee? That's my point.
Yeah, maybe we could say instead of a year, 6 months.
Well, I think we need to have the owner of the property report to us if they would, if they were receiving any benefit from having obtained a permit to do the roof coating.
Yeah, I think there's two things. One is everything we're talking about is by permitting, it will hopefully result in decreasing insurance. To be verified, as you were talking about on an annual, I think that could be added in, as our city manager said. But the second part, I don't know a lot. There is an inspection, right, that I think the quality of the work that should be done, did they put the let it cure properly, all the things that go into that work, I think is maybe a secondary indirect benefit.
Well, yes, it would be a benefit from the permit, that you're ensuring a better quality of the application, I guess. But to charge them, you know, we're basically talking about condominium complexes initially, but there might be individuals. And $75 might mean a little more to them. So if, you know, of course, having the permit means they're not applying it themselves.
And if it saved them $75 on their insurance and they.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, if it
you're
if it has that positive impact,
If
it
you're
would be nice to know.
If you're extending the life of your roof,
Yep.
okay, you can pay $75 for a permit, and hopefully that will work if you're doing recoding, which may give you 3 more years on that $18,000 roof that you have to do. So that's the thing, as well as the fact that it's written, it may. We can't guarantee that it will. This was never intended to guarantee that it will. It's intended to give them teeth if they decide to go that route, because there's no proof that they've done it now. And we have permitting for coating a pool. Why would a roof not be permitted? This is what this initially, but if we're going to keep up with if everyone got any benefit or not, then you know what, I'd say vote this down, because that's not the intent of this in the first place. The intent was to give them something to take to their insurance companies so that they may be able to get a reduction in coverage. And we can't, as a government entity, control that. We're just trying to help them. And actually, there was a builder that came in during planning and zoning and said that exact same thing. He said he asked for us to pass it in planning and zoning because we need to have something that has some teeth in it when they do roof recoatings. So it was never intended to be a guarantee that anyone's going to get an insurance break. It's going to give them an opportunity to prove that they've done something to extend their roof and to prove per inspections that they have used the right materials for the recoating and all of that based on Florida building codes.
Thank you. That's important. I think it sounds like we're all okay with it. It's more about, should we continue? Should we charge anything for this service?
Well, I'm not refuting any of that. I think we need to do it. I think it would be helpful. I know our condo association, I've dealt with them and some of the issues we're having with all the regulations that are coming down, which a condo association or homeowners association is going to require that it be done properly. Otherwise, and the state would come down on a condo association with their regulations on how they're taking care of their facilities. So, you know, I wasn't trying to imply that, you know, we're trying to do something more, but it would be nice to know if they are getting some benefit from this. So
I hope we do learn and totally understand. I mean, if people are applying and getting it, I think it assumes it's working, and maybe in a year we can learn and see how it's going, get some feedback from what we can get out of the SNA and knowledge. And is there anything else we need to address on this one, City Manager?
I just wanted to answer the question about the permit fee. For example, if it's a $20,000 roof coating job for a condo, the permit fee would be $206. For an
Thank you.
example.
Okay. So this has a public hearing item. We brought it back here, right? We're
Yes.
good. And if there's not anything else,
I'd like to make a motion that we pass ordinance number 17, 2024 on the first reading.
I'll second.
got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Ordinance 17, 2024 passes 5-0 on first reading. Thank you all. Look forward to seeing that hopefully help. We are now on to the next public hearing item and the final one, number 6, ordinance number 18, 2024. Mr. City Attorney.
Okay, ordinance 18-2024, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending section 110-196 of the city code regarding non-conforming lots of record and single-family dwellings and duplexes, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances, resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. This is first reading of this ordinance, also a public hearing item. Wasn't sure if planning was going to do a presentation on this, but apparently not. So I can summarize it. This is an issue that came up with the city council some time ago regarding lots that were subdivided without complying with the city's subdivision regulations and the issues that may result from that. So we were asked to look into this and evaluate it. This proposed ordinance dovetails off of an existing section of the code, 110-196, regarding non-conforming lots of record. And that section generally provides that single-family dwellings and duplexes are permitted on single-family dwelling or on lots if it's a single lot of record. The single lot of record is a crucial definition under the code. A single lot of record is one that is a lot that is created and is recorded in the clerk of the court office, but most importantly has received a city approval. The issue that the council wanted to address were those instances where lots were subdivided and without the city's approval, and a single-family dwelling and duplex has been constructed on those particular lots. So this ordinance is not intended, and it explicitly states it does not address vacant parcels of land. This ordinance addresses those parcels of land with an existing single-family dwelling or duplex currently constructed on it, and that has been issued a certificate of occupancy by the city or the county. So those are the properties that are affected. And then this ordinance would allow, would actually deem those particular parcels single lots of record for purposes of future development permits. And that's the important part of this ordinance, is that those lots that currently are not single lots of record, although they have a house and duplex, they are not technically under the code eligible for development permits, notwithstanding the fact that there are structures and homes that are built on those parcels. So this ordinance, if it passed, would allow those property owners with existing single-family dwellings and duplexes on those lots to actually pull permits and make modifications to those structures and pull various permits that may come up, just like any other lot of record. In addition, there was an issue that came up at the Planning and Zoning Board regarding non-conforming single-family homes and the ability to actually construct a second floor on those single-family homes. There's the situation for that particular property owner, if I remember correctly, is they would like to have a second story, but one of the side walls is currently in the setback area. This ordinance would allow a second story of habitable space to be constructed within the existing building footprint, notwithstanding the fact that, that the home is currently partially within one of the setbacks. So, I mean, I know there's public comment on this, and there may be some for and against, or totally against this ordinance, but I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much, City Attorney. We will go to the public. I got a couple of cards. Council, any technical questions or anything specific to our city attorney or city staff before we go public? Awesome. Public hearing item. If you did not fill out a card, that's okay. I don't think need to for public hearing items. We appreciate it. For the minutes, I stand corrected. So I do got 2 cards for item number 6. Thank you very much. First one is Michael DeChristopher.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. DeChristopher.
Yes, my name is Michael DeChristopher. I reside at 1765 Rochelle Parkway in Merritt Island, and I own property in Cape Canaveral Beach Gardens, Unit 2. Mayor Morrison and the city council members try to stay within 3 minutes. On April 3rd, 1979, at a regular city council meeting, Ordinance 3-79 amended Section 633.01, zoning district classification R2 to R1 in Cape Canaveral Beach Gardens, Unit 2. Included in that amended ordinance were lots owned by Mr. Pinziak, of which he objected to the downzoning of his property. In fact, there were several property owners that also objected. Mr. Pinziak stated he would like to take the matter to court if his properties were downzoned due to the unconstitutionality of the rezoning. Mr. Pinziak and other property owners that objected never pursued a challenge in the courts. At the time, Attorney Richard Scott advised counsel that there was a 50-50 chance that the rezoning was illegal. This action forced many of the property owners today to illegally subdivide their lots. So it has been long established in Florida that zoning regulations should not be altered to the detriment of property owners unless the alteration bears some substantial relationship to health, welfare, or safety of the public. At that time, in 1979, the reason that the city council downzoned the properties was because they felt there was a lack of R1 zoning in the city. This reasoning is far from health, welfare, and safety of the public. Mr. Pinziak had not sought an appeal. Excuse me, my statement is wrong here. Had not sought an appeal to Ordinance 3-79. If he did, it would be invalid today with a better than 50-50 chance, in my opinion, and many of the lots would have remained with an R2 zoning designation. I have attached a recent case in New Smyrna Beach that cites much case law for Mr. Garganese and council to consider if a vacant property owner, like myself, who is not afforded the same development rights to their property, decides to challenge the approval of Ordinance 18-2024 as written. On February 16, 2021, City Council had before them Ordinance 11-2021, prepared by Mr. David Dickey for the council to consider adopting. The council failed to take up the matter. Ordinance 11-2021 would have provided to all property owners equitable relief of all illegal subdivisions, whether vacant or not. Now, today, the council is considering this ordinance, 18-2024, that would only pertain to lots that have already been developed, and this ordinance does not provide equitable relief to all the property owners that never got to build on their vacant land for one reason or another. This ordinance was also in direct response to 33 property owners that I had filed code violations against that had built on lots that were illegally subdivided. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next card I have is Mr. Pat Campbell. That's it. And if you are listening online and would like to speak, please raise your hand. When Mr. finished here, we'll make sure you have a chance. Mr. Campbell.
Patrick Campbell, 307 Surf Drive, Cape Canaveral. I submitted for the record to each of you the specifics of my objection to processing this ordinance, including my rationale to do so. So I won't attempt to go through it all. You have it. I would request that submittal to the city be included in the minutes so others can see what I wrote. I will summarize briefly that what I'm asking you to do, I believe the ordinances need to be looked at. I believe there needs to be some change in the ordinances, not just this one. But in the case of this one, because it touches so many citizens in Cape Canaveral and lacks any specificity about what you're talking about in the ordinance, who it is and what properties, that this would be better served to the citizens if you established a workshop or a series of workshops to discuss this with special notice to the people that actually own the properties that are affected so they know what's going on. I can tell you that, Mr. Christopher brought up the properties that he claims were done illegally. I looked into that. As I said in my objection, the city really hasn't done anything with those objections. And my neighbors did not, until I pointed it out, didn't even know there was a code violation filed on their property. So citizens need to be made aware of this. It's affecting the citizens. Quite frankly, maybe some people don't want a two-story house next to them, and they're not going to be afforded the opportunity to even hear that it's happening. So I urge you to do a workshop or a series of workshops, make special notification to the people that actually are going to be affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you. If you intended to speak, that's all the cards I have now. Please raise your hand or come forward on item number 6. Thank you. Would you, Pam, you were raising your hand. Did you intend to speak for this item?
Not for that.
I think I have you for number 8.
Right, yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. And hands online. I don't see any hands raised, and with that, we'll bring it back to the council. Close public comment. All right, council. Back to us. So, do we have knowledge of is this going to impact basically it's clarified that nothing with vacant land. It's a single family and duplex only,
Correct.
that's been confirmed. And connecting it to, is this a widespread problem, or do we have any examples or circumstances of where this is needed, or where it would help? Because I think Mr. Campbell's comments on workshops, we've talked about that, is I guess more than the workshop is the desire to learn about public opinion of it. And I know we've been here a few times. And so I guess I'm trying to understand how this, are there properties that we can use as an example that are in a circumstance that would be relieved? And maybe before that, the simple question would be, what would someone do today if this does not pass, if they had to find a path to accomplish what they wanted? Would the variance process allow that? It's a question for our city attorney. Is there a path through variances or other ways where they could accomplish?
So, there's a couple of things going on in this ordinance. There are lots in the city where there are existing single-family homes and duplexes, where there's no record of the city council approving the lots on which those structures have been built. They were subdivided, but there's no record of city approval. So with respect to that class of lots, because they were not properly, they didn't properly get subdivided and approved by the city in accordance with currently Chapter 98 subdivision regulations, they're not eligible for a development permit. So that would include a variance request, technically a building permit to modify, the structure. Technically, they're not recognized developable lots. So that's that category of lots. Staff has not created an inventory of every illegally subdivided lot in the city, but the staff is aware of a certain number of them. Mr. DeChristopher pointed out some time ago about 32 of them. There are likely others, but staff hasn't gone and examined every single lot in the city to determine whether or not those lots were created with city council approval. That would be pretty much a yeoman's task for staff to have to do. So, with respect to the fact that this just doesn't apply to vacant property, this ordinance is intended to address existing single-family homes and duplexes on these types of lots. That's the primary focus of this limited ordinance, to address this specific problem for those homeowners. So it's not intended to address vacant properties, because there are no single-family homes or duplexes built on those vacant lots, right? So this ordinance isn't directed or aimed at vacant lots. So I think I answered part of your question, maybe not, you probably have others, but.
Yeah, you answered, I think, that variance requests would have to be made if you took one of these lots, the building permit, which I think they would probably need that anyways, but there is a path of, I think, councils on a case-by-case basis and boards, just the whole variance process, where this gives by right, they would just come in and get a building permit, opposed to having to go through the variance process?
It would make those lots that weren't lawfully subdivided with single-family homes and duplexes, that this ordinance would then tell the city staff to treat them just like any other lot of record that was approved by the city council. So whether or not they would have to get variances, or whether they would be authorized for a building permit for something they want to do on their property, they would have to comply with the code just like anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
This ordinance is just giving those lots the benefit of being called a lot of record, so they can come in and actually be considered for a permit that they may need. One hypothetical that I'm aware of is the person that actually showed up at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. I don't think he's here tonight.
No.
That person had come into this has an existing single-family home, would like to construct a second floor. The code, I don't think, generally prohibits a second floor. They would just have to comply, right, with the code. His problem is that lot is not, I don't think, a lot of record. In addition, that single-family home is in one of the side setbacks. So he's got a problem about even just pulling permits generally. You know, if it was a lot of record and the house was built totally within the setback, then they would apply for a building permit for a second story and just follow the normal course, right? But he's not, he can't even get in the door on his desired request. So, again, just to emphasize, it's the single-family homes and duplexes that aren't on these approved lots that will then be treated like a lot of record so they can come in the door and ask for permits. That's the major impact of this ordinance if it was passed. Now, there's other impacts that were addressed because currently, the city's had since the early 90s has had this section of the code in there to protect single-family dwellings and duplexes on lots that don't comply with the lot dimensions in the code, right? This code said, the existing code today says, if you're on one of those lots that may not be wide enough, may not be long enough, this section of the code currently allows a single-family home and duplex to be built on those lots, even though they don't comply with the dimension requirements, so long as they meet the yard dimension requirements, the yard requirements like open space, setbacks, right? So if you have a vacant lot today that was approved by the city that doesn't meet all the dimension requirements, you can come in and build a single-family home as long as you meet all the yard dimension requirements, such as setbacks. That's been in the code for 30 years. This ordinance also clarifies some aspects, like what are yard dimension requirements. Currently in the zoning code, this kind of cross-references what they are. So that's another change that's being proposed. When you see that parenthetical with like minimum lot coverage, minimum living area, or maximum height and setback, those are the yard dimension requirements. I can tell you over the years, staff has had some difficulty in trying to, well, what are yard dimensions? Well, you go into each zoning district and you see a subsection in residential, what yard dimensions are. Minimum lot coverage, minimum living area, maximum height, setback. We're attempting to clarify that in this ordinance as well. In subparagraph A. And then we're adding that, proposing to add, based on the Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation, to address that second story issue. All that language is in subparagraph A. Clarifying and adding and addressing second stories. Subparagraph B in the ordinance is what I just previously mentioned, deeming those unapproved lots with existing single-family dwellings and duplexes a lot of record. That's what subparagraph B of this ordinance proposes to do. And once they're deemed a single lot of record, then those existing single-family dwelling or duplexes can be maintained, altered, expanded, or reconstructed on those developed lots of record in accordance with subparagraph A. So in other words, once those are deemed lots of record, they get all of the same benefits that other lots of record have under subparagraph A regarding single-family dwellings and duplexes. That's how the ordinance is constructed.
So the example, thank you very much, and the example is helpful. The gentleman at the P&Z board meeting who had two issues I heard, not on a lot of record, and then
setback violation.
He was currently, the structure was in the setback, so.
On one side, yeah, just one side lot.
Got it.
Everything else was, the other three sides of the house are in compliance.
Take the latter. Say it was built within the setbacks and it was just, it sounds like it would still be a legal lot issue.
Correct.
And so if he wanted to build a second story, he's within the setbacks, but it's not a developable lot, he cannot come in today and apply for a permit
Correct.
and make any alteration or any change?
Technically, no. Not saying that some of that stuff hasn't happened in the past for other lots or that lot, but technically, no, because it's not recognized as a developable lot for development permitted purposes.
To clarify, if I may, Mayor, they could get permits for like re-roofs and kitchen remodels and stuff like that, but to change the outside footprint structure is what Anthony's talking about.
Thank you for clarifying that. I was assuming that permit meant
Frankly, I think,
paver, I mean, anything.
I think technically it does, frankly.
Technically, if they get a re-roof, you're saying, you know, if you read the
Well, I mean,
ordinance.
that's, and the manager is raising, you know, a very practical issue that, you know, these people, some of these homes that we're aware of on the 32 lots, they were constructed 40 years ago. So, you know, the city probably has issued re-roofing permits and, you know, for the protection of their investment and structure and of these homeowners. But like technically, they're not recognized as a developable lot because the city never approved it, city council in particular. So, I mean, it's a technical issue and it you know, it's and also technically problematic from a permitting standpoint for these people.
So this is at large, this would impact, it doesn't necessarily require us to know what the properties are, but if this property exists under this ordinance, they would now be a lot where they could develop, alter, all correctly. For today, they might be making modifications, but it creates problems. Once this goes, I guess, ordinance is passed, we do not have any need to, we will kind of know it on I mean, just at large with the magic wand. I guess I don't understand how many this would impact and how today, the ability for someone to improve their home is, where does that get caught in our process today? I mean, I guess in that re-roof, somebody is really subdivided lot, just like you explained, and they want to get a second story or a re-roof, that's better. Whether it gets approved or not sounds like a separate conversation, but where does it fall apart for us to say this isn't a legal developable lot? Early, how are we catching this and what would, does that make sense? I'm trying to see where it breaks down because in an example, say, here we got these projects and unfortunately we can't help them. Are we in that circumstance today where somebody has pursued us and we're telling them we can't help them because of the code will not allow?
Pending examples to that, other than what I said about second story. So, he had, I think, wanted to come in and try to get a variance, but he's not a lot of records, so he's not even eligible for a variance application after, but that's it breaks down in a lot of different places. If you may recall, Mayor, you know, the city can't control the recordation of deeds, right? Somebody can carve up their land and go down to the clerk of the court and record a deed, and the clerk of the court records the deed, and voila, one big lot becomes 50. Well, the problem with that is local governments, cities, regulate the subdivision of land. Okay, so if somebody goes down to the clerk of the court and doesn't get, and just records deeds and doesn't get approval regarding the division of the land, well, beware. Because when you come to the city to ask for a permit, they're gonna say, well, you never complied with our subdivision regulations. So we're not gonna recognize what you did with the clerk of the court. They're not developable lots of record. Our city council has to approve the lot, the subdivision of land. So to the extent that the city wants to control the subdivision of land, and all cities and counties do, the consequences for not complying under the code says no permits will be issued unless your lot's approved by the city council under Chapter 98. So staff, somebody comes in and wants to pull a building permit, technically, sometimes it's very obvious that it's an approved lot, but sometimes staff looks at it and says, we're not so sure. They do a little digging, and then they say, well, this lot was never approved. Chapter 98 says no permits will be issued on the development of that land if doesn't comply with the subdivision regulations the city controls. So it breaks down at the clerk of the court because the city, while they may provide some notice, beware, you can record your deed, but, you got to go see the cities and counties for subdivision of land. That's breakdown number one. And breakdown number two is when these people come to the city looking for permits, the staff finds out it could be years later that this illegal subdivision of land occurred. And now these people are asking for permits, and the staff rightfully would say, we don't recognize those lots that were created at the clerk of the court. Then it becomes a problem.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Does that make
Yes.
sense?
I think on a because the scenarios, you got one that's in the setback developed, you got one there could be multiple, I guess, code violations and issues, right? And for me, I think a case-by-case basis, the variance process allows that. However, you said something, and I'll stop at this point and let other council talk, is that technically a variance would not be provided to a lot that was not properly subdivided?
Yeah. Doesn't qualify as a developable lot. So why would the city entertain granting any permit when the city hasn't approved the lot?
So approving the lot on a case-by-case basis is what I hope we can figure out a way to do opposed to at-large.
Don't know the number, and that could be a little unwieldy. So what the ordinance is trying to deal with is, yes, a recognition that there are lots out there that have not been subdivided in accordance with the city's rules. City has not approved. However, and this is the big however, somewhere along the line, many cases decades ago, the city still issued building permits to construct that single-family home or that duplex. So you have visual structures, evidence there today. You may not recognize, you may drive around town and may not recognize that the lot has not been approved, but you certainly can recognize the structure. And it's that scenario that this ordinance is trying to say, okay, we've issued the building permit, the structure's there, they're going to have permitting needs, we're gonna deem that lot with that structure on it a lot of record. Come in, now you're eligible to apply for permits. That's what it's trying to do. I'm not sure, Mayor, frankly, and I recognize staff hasn't done an inventory of all these lots. I'm not sure that it would be very practical and efficient for the city to try to do this on a case-by-case basis. It might be very, very challenging to do that. Not to say they could not be done, but
Yeah, I think quantity or the intents of one, but if it's, if there's 3 a month, absolutely, that sounds really like a bad decision, right? But where I'm, but if it's 1 or 2, or just say 10, I would rather tackle the 10 as they're needed and come up, because what you approved for 1, to me, it's the 8, 9, and 10, those 3 might be a completely different circumstance. And I guess that's where I have a little bit of anxiety, is that under the scenarios we're talking about, it seems to make sense. But when we go ordinance at large, I'm thinking about the other scenarios and just the overall demand for it.
I can leave you with one other point that I hadn't made. Maybe you can think about this when you kick the tires about the ordinance. 110-196 currently does this on a global scale. There's no inventory of lots that do not comply with area, width, and depth. Okay, but if somebody comes in the door today and that lot doesn't, it was approved by the city, it doesn't comply with area, width, and depth, this 110-196 says you can build a single-family home and a duplex on that lot, even though it doesn't comply. How many of those are out there? No idea. It's not an inventory of those either, but this ordinance recognizes if one of those lots comes in the door, they can build a single-family dwelling and duplex, so long as they meet the yard dimension requirements. So it was kind of dovetailing, this ordinance is dovetailing off of what already exists.
110, 196, or 96?
196.
110, 196, thank you. Yes, I'm hoping we can take, if somebody needs help right now, I'm willing to hear 1, 2, maybe 3. But if it got to a point, I would say, well, we need to pass an ordinance. This is becoming too much work, right? Today, I don't know of any circumstances. And so when we have to pass these at large, and I hear citizens' concerns being raised, and I did receive the email, there's some points in there, and I don't want to get in the way of anyone trying to do something. I do want to understand that circumstance. But I guess we'll have 2 readings of this. So I said I was finished. I really am now.
Just one other point. I don't want to monopolize or
You don't
get in,
mind.
but I just want to make one other point. There's no process currently in the code whether to deal with this on a case-by-case basis or a global basis.
Mr. Mayor?
If you want to address the issue, there needs to be an ordinance of some kind.
Okay,
All right, hopefully that helps.
that does. Thank you. Councilmember Davis, or Jackson, I think all of you. I don't know if Councilmember Willis, I think you want to speak too. Okay,
Let's add a hypothetical.
okay.
Suppose we had a Mexico City Beach incident,
Hurricane, yeah, Michael.
and it took out 40 homes. Those 40 homes at varying times are going to come back in and want to be rebuilt. They're going to have to wait on us to process all of this before they can ever go anywhere. The last thing I want is for the citizens to have another hurdle to go over at the worst possible time, and it be us. That was part of the reason for introducing this, because there was revealed that there were some properties that would have problems, that had problems with insurance, with refinancing, whatever, that I was uncovering with the help of Dave Dickey and his staff. But the thing is, if we had a major incident, a Fort Myers incident, I don't want those people to be burdened with having to stand in front of us and wait on us to go however long it takes to get them to the point where they can rebuild. That was the initial thought process, and then it got refined. And the city attorney was able to write a very good ordinance, in my opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's helpful. Councilmember Jackson?
Yes, I just had a question for our city attorney as far as section 110-200 versus the 110-196. Those things we already have in place compared to the new ordinance. Because these, I'm sitting here looking at things and it's saying repeatedly that you can rebuild. And so I'm just wanting to make sure I understand this, make sure on the existing code. So non-conforming lots record in any zoning district, a single-family duplex or dwelling or duplex is permitted.
Councilmember Jackson, you said 110-200. I'm trying to actually follow.
110-200 is on special permits, and 110-196 are non-conforming lots of record.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to understand where we have a gap in existing code so that I can compare it to what we're looking at enacting.
Thank you.
Right, so 110, which section, 110 dash?
110-196 was.
That section says, that's the one that's being modified,
Okay,
okay? So it refers to lots of record. So there's a definition of lot of record.
okay, so that one's 4 lots of records.
Right.
Okay,
But the lot of record terminology is used throughout.
okay, and then 110-200 is for special permit, which the undesirable, as far as Councilmember Willis was saying, is them having to come before us. It looks like that addresses non-conforming uses of residential buildings for human occupancy.
Right. So that does address non-conforming uses and not to be to be considered a non-conforming use. The use would have had complied with the city code. It had to be at one point legally conforming, and then due to code changes, it has become non-conforming. So that's what like non-conforming uses and structures are.
So that would really be the circumstance that we're talking about tonight with the new ordinance, correct? Because if the structure's built and it was permitted and built on that non-conforming lot, they could come in and get a special permit currently with our code.
But the lot is not legal.
Okay, but this refers to non-conforming lots, which means that's an illegal lot.
Which, you're talking about 196, 110-196?
110-200. The city council desires to, and this is under section A, the city council desires to establish specific standards for this category special permit in order to allow the continuation of some non-conforming uses of residential buildings for human occupancy, notwithstanding any contrary provisions of the article or city code.
Right.
At a duly held public hearing, the city council may grant a special permit to allow the non-conforming use of the residential building, so, for human occupancy. So, and then it talks about a special permit for that use. So is this including building in any way? Because it's talking about reuse of buildings and things like that. Does it apply here in any way?
No, it applies to non-conforming uses. We're not dealing with non-conforming uses regarding the illegal lots, because the single-family home and duplex, first of all, is a conforming use in those zoning districts, like where like the 30-plus lots exist. I mean, they're
And
in
the
R2.
reason I'm asking this, city attorney, is we've talked in the past meetings about gray area in our code. And this one looks really gray to me because it's talking about use versus building and nonconformities. And the occupancy permit would define the use. Is that correct? Because you could almost use this for the building of a non-conforming lot, and it's talking about there are special and limited circumstances where it's, not conforming. So non-conforming use is the term it uses, which is different than non-conforming lot, I'm taking it. Because why would
There's a difference between an legally subdivided lot and a non-conforming lot.
Okay, what's the difference between a non-conforming lot and non-conforming use?
Well, a non-conforming lot, let me just see if I can think of an example of,
Running a business out of your house is a non-conforming.
non-conforming lot would be Avon by the Sea. Because Avon the part of Avon by the Sea that's in the city, my understanding is those are 50-foot lots, right? But at the time they were approved by the county, 50-foot lots were allowed, okay? But they're not allowed today in Cape Canaveral. So at one point they were legal. Now they're not. That's a non-conforming lot in the legal sense. And a legal subdivision of land doesn't even get into, it's never conforming because it was never approved by the subdivision authority, city or county.
Right.
Non-conforming use is a use that at one time, the use of land at one time, like single family, that becomes illegal due to a change in code. So then it's considered a non-conforming use because at one point it was lawful. It's just not lawful today, so it gets grandfathered in. Nobody's questioning, at least on the 30-something lots that were pointed out, that single-family homes and duplexes are not allowed. They are allowed. They're conforming uses.
Understood, thank you.
Hopefully that helps. I mean,
It does, because the way this is written, I would say this was really, it almost gets gray because it's right up there talking about those nonconformities. And then the other thing is, I keep seeing all over this page highlighted is ordinance 17, 2006, and I don't find that in here. What is that one?
yeah, 17-2006, by the looks of things, was an ordinance that addressed the nonconformity section of the city code. There were probably major changes done to this section of the code.
Do we know what those are or how we can find those?
Well, you can pull the old ordinance 17-2006.
Okay.
It looks like it was. I'm looking at the editorial notes in Muni Code. It probably was a rewrite of the nonconformity section of the code.
So that was a change, and then when did the next change happen to the code?
To the nonconformity section?
Yes.
I'm not seeing any other change.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you. This is, we got the folder Mr. Christopher has provided us. He provided his statement and also in the writing. And I did catch, Mr. Christopher, I think you pointed out that typo on had not seeked. I think that was your intent? Okay, I made a note of that. And then we were provided in the other part of the folder, the 2021 reference ordinance 11, 2021, and the agenda summary cover. I believe that was the entire item along with, it looks like the 32 lots that he put together, single-family lots that were legally split and never platted, but were permitted to build. And then some referencing some sections. And then also a review of 110 and some conclusions. And then also there looks like some case law or some judgments. Oh, the reference judgment, case 2007. Thank you very much for putting this together and providing the resource, or the references in the source letter. Very much appreciated, because I think our city attorney's been trying to give some examples in understanding this. Obviously, we've been down this in the past, and I really want to understand this and review it. I know we're going to have a second reading. The suggestion for a workshop and then the email, I think Mr. Campbell said we got it. I was actually trying to pull it up. It is a lengthy email, and it looks like there's an the attachment's lengthy, excuse me, of combined correspondence. I think Councilmember Willis, you had reference the Community Development Director's correspondence. Looks like going back to 2020 here. I think I saw some earlier emails, 2016, 2014. I think we need to understand this. There's just some weird questions floating around in my head. My questions about pent up is, are we getting in the way of anything right now if we did a workshop or tabled it, or I guess, request some more things for the second reading, so we can either get this put behind us. I need to do some more due diligence, I think, on it, for me.
Other than just that one person that showed up on the planning and zoning board, I mean, maybe that's a question for the planner. I'm not sure if there's anything else in the hopper that warrants.
Well, was he on I watched the meeting, maybe I missed the front. Did he do public comments? Because I can go back and listen. That would be helpful to understand what he was saying.
Sure, I think he may have spoken later in the meeting.
Okay.
So I think it's toward the end when he spoke. But so you're saying doing a workshop with the owners of some of these lots, or I just want to make sure I understand?
Well, yeah, I'm sort of like you. I'm trying to, a workshop was suggested. And then the email that we got, in addition to Mr. DeChristopher's packet, I watched, I think most of the P&Z board meeting, had a chance to hear our city attorney working through the land issues. So that was helpful, but I missed that. I'm not saying a workshop is maybe necessary. It was suggested. What are your thoughts on it? Maybe a P&Z council workshop, or I don't want more meetings and more time, but I do want to understand it. So if I'm the only one that feels that way, I can just be ready to move forward on second reading if we don't think it would be helpful. I think his intent, Kyle, was to maybe learn about what's out there. These 32 lots, are those reasonable places to start?
So as far as I know, Adam Marar is his name, the resident who's wanting to build that second story. He's the only person I'm aware of who has actually come forward and asked specifically about this. I mean, we could do maybe a P&Z meeting or something, just kind of educational generally. We just kind of have to see what the shape of that would look like, but we can maybe figure something out.
or I get together. If it,
Yeah.
again, I don't want to bog the council down. If everyone's feeling good, I'm happy to meet together and maybe just iron out some of these questions. But if other council members feel the same, even if it meant coming in 30 minutes before the next council meeting,
Yeah.
just taking to get it out, because I think we need to move on. Thank you.
Okay.
2 readings. Ordinance, obviously, this is the first one. Okay. So because we're getting all this information, I just want to go through it. And if we want to take action tonight, we can. It's not urgent. I would like to learn a little bit more. Council, I'm finished.
I'd like to be able to read through the material that we obtained from Mr. DeChristopher as well as Mr. Campbell and make sure. I'd like to look at some of those ordinances and go through those so that I feel more comfortable with it. That's my opinion. I believe it's a worthy thing if we want people to be able to rebuild. But I want to make sure we're not, we've got our bases covered and understand it better.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I've been looking at this since October and talking with the city attorney about it and Kyle, and so I'm ready to go, but I've been in it a lot longer.
Okay. I appreciate you doing it.
I'm just trying to get my head around this and understand it. So, Mayor, you talked about do we need to do this on a case-by-case basis, or it seems to me that if we did this and passed this, wouldn't that, there's 32 right off the bat, right?
Yeah, some of those on the list, some of the properties on the list are vacant, maybe two or three of them.
Right.
That,
The rest of them are,
my understanding is they all have single-family homes or duplexes on them.
and my other question is, the people that have these lots, unless they sell their house or try to do something, do they know that they are on unconforming lots? If we had a workshop, how would we invite them if they don't know?
Yeah, I don't know if it would, really come up necessarily unless, like you said, they're selling or trying to get a permit or something like that. Yeah, typically people are surprised to find that out.
And they wouldn't know unless they went for a permit
Right.
or whatever.
Right, and then they would find out and probably be very,
So would they find out if they lived in their house, say the house is 40 years old, they've lived there 20, and then they go to sell it? Would they find out then through the title search?
yeah, it really,
No.
not necessarily.
And not on the title search.
Because it was deeded?
There's, the city, the title search would give a property owner a clue if it's a recorded plat. And if it's a recorded plat, that will show up in a title search. And when you look at your lot is a complete lot, then you would know that, all right, well, it's an approved plat. It's got the signature of the mayor on it, right? And you're getting this one lot in an approved plat, that would show up in the title. If your title work shows that you have a part of a lot, of a platted lot, you may want to do a little bit more due diligence to find out if whether or not what you're buying actually has been, your lot has been approved by the city. Would be my suggestion. But you would not know. A lot split, if a lot split is approved by the city records a resolution. So that would show up in the title, or a plat would show up in the title. Those are two examples of what's helpful.
So this ordinance just grandfathers in all the non. Lots that aren't the right size or
That haven't been approved.
that haven't been approved.
They have a single-family home or a duplex, and their lot hasn't been approved by the city, this ordinance would approve it.
So if a hurricane came and
Approve the
blew
lot.
their house down,
Technically, they would not be on an approved lot. If the ordinance passes, then those single-family homes or duplexes would be on an approved lot, so God forbid,
right,
the house is destroyed, they would come back in and seek a permit on an approved lot.
that's important, that, something like what Councilman Willis said,
But
is,
that's the red herring that we're talking about. I mean, the truth is, our former community development director stood in front of the people during the administrative zoning and said, we are not talking about scenarios where you could not, if your phone was destroyed under a hurricane, that where this would be an issue, right? And, because people got really, going back to, I guess, when we were doing that, that's when it was brought up about fires and building to rebuild, and I mean, the room was packed. And I think we have to ask ourselves, and any other council member, would we deny someone? Would they lose their ability to rebuild? I don't think, maybe technically they would, but if there was a hurricane circumstance like in Mexico Beach, I mean, we would have emergency ordinance powers, we can take swift action. What I don't want to, I want to know, typically when we pass an ordinance, we have a good idea of who it impacts. It's hard for me to see these circumstances and isolate it to one scenario. Like I can see the two-story, and they're building the setback, but there's some anxiety around all the other scenarios that I just wanted to think through. Maybe a meeting with our city attorney is all that's needed, and Kyle, and to talk through it. But I've heard that example, and technically, I think, yes, sounds like they couldn't rebuild, but that hasn't.
we all talk about property rights. People have the right to have their lot because of something that they didn't do or happened years ago, to have their property right for their property rights. I mean, I would think that
Yeah, it depends on what the scenario is. If they put in the setback line right up against your house.
right, but I mean, what if they didn't know that? Because it wasn't an approved lot, and this is.
I agree, they
This
should
is
know.
Mod Podge stuff all over the city that wasn't done right. And now we have an opportunity to fix it
Yes.
for the property owner and their rights to their property. That's where
I
I'm
do want
coming
to fix it. Couldn't we identify them? I mean, I know you said that might be a daunting task or something, but couldn't we, if it's just limited to single family and, if that's
Yeah.
ridiculous, then just
It
no.
would be kind of just very meticulous, take a really long time. I don't know
No.
practically how it would be done.
Well,
Totally
if you look-
understand.
If you go to the property appraiser's site and you just go through the city and look at them, there's a lot. 1,000, but.
May I? Yeah, I would just like, because we do owe it to the property owner. There is information that we need to find out, but we do have a second reading. So I'm going to make it a motion to approve the ordinance 18-2024. It is the first reading, and I'm going to make a motion to approve it.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, I want to learn a little bit more. I'm not going to support it today. I don't want to support something I don't fully understand, and I do not yet And that is no fault to our city staff. It's me taking the time to spend with them to understand and also to bring in this new information.
I'll call the question.
And yeah, just,
No, I mean, we've discussed it. We've got a motion, so I'll call the question.
yeah.
Whenever you think discussion is done, call the question requires 2/3 vote to actually stop the discussion, so.
I know.
Okay.
I was 20 seconds in, so.
Your choice, Mayor.
I'm finished, yes. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis?
Or
Councilmember Jackson?
Against.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Or
Mayor Morrison?
Against.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 3-2 on first reading. Thank you all. Thank you, Kyle, City Attorney. And we are now able to move on to item number 7. We are now out of the public hearing items. I have a request to take a recess. Let's take 5-10 minutes, quick recess. We'll come back. Let's do 6:50. Sounds good?
6:50?
Yeah, 6:50?
It's 8:30.
Oh, 8:50. When it gets late, I get
6:50.
8:50.
Turn.
All right, we ready to go? Okay. Get started here in about 30 seconds. Let everyone get settled in. All righty, if we're ready to go. It is 8:52 PM. We are call the meeting back to order, reconvening here for our regular city council meeting. We are on item number 7. First item for action here, resolution number 2024-02, amending the defined contribution retirement plan for the general employees of the city of Cape Canaveral. City manager, anything?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This has appeared several times now in front of the council. Last month, when it appeared, City Council asked for some additional information regarding expanding the list of cities that we surveyed to see what they're doing for their elective and non-elective plans. And I would like to hand it over to Natalie, our HR director, to discuss what her findings are for council on this.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager. So after the last meeting, we did go out, we pulled the fiscal year state report from the Florida Department of Management Services to identify any municipalities that had a defined contribution. And thankfully, with the help of Joey over in the finance department, we were able to gather 25 municipalities to show you on attachment 6 there in your packet. With that information, it came out with a vesting schedule for average of 3.7 years, and then the average for the non-elective contribution that those cities were making was 9.1%. That was the information we were able to gather by the deadline. So I did reach out to Jeremy Button with Florida League of Cities, who is our financial advisor there, and he did confirm again that the 1-year eligibility entry period is really high compared to our other municipalities around us. And he also highlighted that the 7% was a little on the low scale. So,
In addition, on the budget aspect of it, I just want council to know on the budget that we've given you, it does contain the 9% that was talked about in a previous council meeting. We did include the 9% in our salary and compensation in that budget. So that at least lets you know. And something I want to share with you there too is that, you know, as we look at this and that 9% as having a $92,000, hit there, we have to remember too that there is an ebb and flow of vacancies, hiring, firing, separations, what have you, which affects this. So it won't always be like right there. And the last part of it is that based on if we went to the 6-month after probation vesting, the effect is only about $3,300 based on what we gained from Jeremy at Florida FMIT.
after the one-time fee.
Yeah, after the one time. So it's, the numbers are in the budget, and I just want to make you aware of that.
Thank you. City manager, anything else on?
No, sir. This is really just to keep it in front of the council. You could take action on it tonight, but you also don't have to. It's a resolution, so it only takes one reading. I think, John, when's the latest we would need to know? It would begin mid-October, Natalie, I think. So we'd have to have a decision, but probably by the September council meeting.
For the
Absolutely.
October 13th.
Yeah.
Yeah, but absolutely, we would want to, it's going to affect the overall budget and what you have. I almost believe that council would at least would want to approve this actually by the first hearing in September, because if you do it on the second hearing, not knowing what percentage you may approve, if you approve any, the budget will have to be changed within 3 days, because I have reporting
Okay,
I
so
gotta do.
we have a workshop on August 6th.
Right.
And then the next one is the September workshop.
Is the
and council
September, is the first hearing in September. So consequently, I mean, the council meeting in the middle of, on 20 August, if that's the right date, it could be, a decision could be made there. And then we have plenty of time to then make those adjustments before the first hearing in
But then we shouldn't,
September.
we wouldn't want to wait till the regular September council
I would
meeting.
not, I think that's, no, that's going to change the budget.
Yeah,
It just,
okay.
in the context of the budget, you know, as soon as you start doing that, has a trickle effect. It
Thank
will
you for
change multiple
clarifying.
pages.
I
Yeah.
appreciate it. So Mayor, I think it'd be best practice if we had a decision made at least by August at the latest council meeting.
Thank you. That's it.
My question, you can hear my thoughts. Okay, so, Natalie and John, help me understand from the chart with the cities that you provided, because man, these are all over the page on the percentage. We have some that are at, that are at 5% and others up to 13 and that kind of thing. And then some at 0 vesting days, and on up to 10. So what, do you know what is driving that? Is it city size, or, what is their budget and ad valorem tax base? I mean, I don't know how to judge this.
I truly don't know the overall dynamics, only that I guess you have to look at that individual city, the composition of the employees, full-time employees, and then also the thinking of the council that approved that at the time they did. So I think those factors, other than that, though, I think that's a very, very difficult question, because as we sit here in Cape Canaveral, basically, this hasn't been changed, for 23 years? So as we sit here in Cape Canaveral, we're looking at, we have X amount of employees, we're looking at the impact that happens if we go 9%, we've determined that. And council is in tune with that. So, yeah, I mean, it's hard to judge. Yeah, it's too hard to judge. Yeah.
And I see, there's a huge difference between an Eatonville, for example, and a Marco Island.
Well, and if you notice, Eatonville does have a notation next to it. They are in the middle of discussions of changing that, definitely the vesting. They're voting right now for a 10-1 change.
So they're bringing theirs up to speed.
Correct,
Okay.
and same with Green Acres. I highlighted that one because that 7.5% is also going up in their budget cycle. But the
Thanks.
Fellsmere was part of the original study.
So really, we don't have any.
No.
Well, Fellsmere is very small. They're probably the closest in size to us, which was part of the original study that we had put out back in March.
Thank you.
I believe Eatonville is quite a bit smaller than Cape Canaveral.
Oh, yeah, they are. That's why the 10-year vesting, they've realized they need to.
Yeah,
You're
well,
looking at population and everything else, you know,
yeah,
and
so, now your definition of a waiting period,
The entry, like the right now, ours is currently 1 year, and we're proposing to move it to after 6 months after probation. So most of these are on day one. Over half of them, they enter on day one of employment.
okay.
Question, the city percentage in the table that we're looking at now, is that the combined percentage of the 7,
No, that,
that non-elective?
the city percent, that is a non-elective.
So that's just non-elective. not the matching?
A lot of them didn't have matching. A lot of them, yeah, they just had like, I believe, yeah, several of them did not even have the option for matching. That was just a flat rate,
And today we're at the 7 and the 3.
7 and the 3.
So the city puts out 10. If
If.
they put their 3,
Correct.
we definitely put out the 7.
7.
So if they put in 3, we put in 3, we're all in at 10 under that scenario. It ranges between 7, I guess 8, 9, 10.
Mhm.
It would be kind of the range,
Fluctuates.
depending on how much they contribute. So that was assuming these, well, they don't do the match, or I don't know if that was verified. We can definitely say the 7. And then the vesting is in years, and you were saying that we're at 1 year now.
No, we're at 5 years now for the
We're-
vesting.
Or was I getting 1 year?
Starts at 1 year?
Well,
that's
we
right.
start at 1, and then it goes up to 25, 50, 75. So 5 years of employment to get,
That's right. So when we go back to the other chart that we just had, yes, the years here. So what would we show for our year here if we were on this chart?
5.
You would
Only
show-
because that first year of employment is a waiting period, technically, but
Yep.
it's 5 years in the actual plan that's adopted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we looked at them in that respect.
So under a scenario where an employee puts in 3%, the city is above the 9.1% average. Under the scenario where it's just the city side, or if that's every one of these, that's all this is.
Well, this would be in comparison to our 7%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is definitely non-elective. None of these are a combined or,
I believe we took out the because we didn't have answers from a lot of all, it wasn't part of the original question that was being asked. So we put in the non-elective. Like where you
Okay.
see like 8 to 10%, it would depend on their tier, their level of how they're categorized, on what the city contributed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And we want to take the fully 100% vested is, I guess, the way we're at year 5 an employee is. The average based on this chart is fully vested at 3.7 years.
That's what it came out to.
With 10, the Eatonville being on the high side, and it looks like roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros and 1 at 1 year fully vested Doral. So 0 means day 1, as you were saying earlier.
Immediate,
Upon hire,
Upon
you're
hire.
fully vested.
correct.
Okay. And if somebody contributes today, the 3%, they're entitled to that portion if they don't go to the full 5 years. Is that how
Correct.
that-
They can start contributing when they want, but they would be entitled to whatever they contributed if they were to leave in their 457.
Okay,
It's a different, it's not part of the 401A, what they contribute.
okay. So that's not,
Right.
the other one kicks in as it steps up through each year. Okay. Councilmember Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, or any other council members, any questions at this time?
Satellite Beach is close to our,
Mm-hmm.
and they're 5 years at 5%. Do they have the contribution for the employees? Do they do 3% or?
We didn't get the matching information on, yeah, we could get that from FMIT, but we didn't reach out for that information initially for this study.
So are you asking for less years for vesting?
To lower the vesting schedule, and then as well as the entry from 1 year down to 6 months.
And the vesting for how long? Right away?
The original proposal that Melinda had drafted was for immediate vesting once they started.
And, John, you said this, the 9% is reflected in the budget?
We did put that in the budget.
And where would that be, under administrative?
Well, that would be reflected and contained in the,
Plus a $300 non-probational appreciation bonus, plus 2% cost of living increase? And that is all figured in the budget this year, too?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Jackson, any? Oh, thank you. Else? Okay, council, so we got a 7 and a 3 today with a 5-year stepped up. We've got before us the proposal with the cost differences going up to the 10 and the 3, $92,000 more. So we're paying $300,000 a year now, each year in retirement plan costs, and that is going to increase, I guess it could increase, could decrease, but that's roughly what we average is 300,000. Like if we were to go back, having a hard time seeing how that number.
I think so. That was with the original head count that Melinda had provided, but several
Okay.
of those staff members are no longer in the plan.
Okay. But if that head count was, we can see $95,000 more to go up to the 10 and the 3, and $90,000 for the 9 and the 4. So we got 300 today. Do we want to go up to 395 or 393? And then a separate is how long they have to before they move in or become fully vested. That one, I think we're competitive there. Maybe within the years, there's some things, but I mean, I guess when we set it at 5, it's the goal to employees and new team members, stay with the city longer, retention, right? But if I understand is I guess you would think that if you lower it, right, people are going to leave in year 2 and 3. However, I'm not convinced that's what the data shows. I don't know what the data shows. To me, is it true to say that, no, you attract higher...
Better benefits, because, yeah, and Jeremy did
and
say
they
that
end
in
up
the
staying,
original.
though, it doesn't result in their, because they would, are people really staying around longer for that? I think if you're in year 4, yeah, one more year 5, but it's about getting people in the door and earlier.
Having attractive benefits package from the
Doesn't mean
beginning.
they're going to leave us in 5 years just because.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No, because I
would
would
compound.
just add that,
Yeah,
that a person
That would
who
compound.
likes to work at the city has this benefit, well, they're going to stay, and then they'll be getting increases, getting promoted. So
Yeah.
that all goes hand in hand with what you're putting in for your retirement. Yeah,
Yeah, and
that's a big part of it. I mean, you're going to, if you like the city, you'll stay.
I know back in March, Melinda did provide information from Jeremy that stated that it was a common practice for the public sector to reduce or remove the vesting period, and that was part of the March packet.
Like Mayor Pro Tem said, satellite's similar. It's, I guess, I don't know, I think they got 20,000 people, maybe double, but 5 years, 5%. We're clearly the better option amongst them two, right? If you're choosing the Brevard, but I want to try to isolate it. I guess it's three decisions: the matching or the non-elective amount, the matching amount, and the vesting period. Right? Those are the three big pieces of this resolution. Okay. Council, do we want to, as the city manager was saying, try to get our arms completely around the budget? And this was very helpful for me, now having this new data and being able to because I really didn't have a clue. And I wanted to see it to be competitive, not to be lower, right? It was genuinely, I do believe, there's some merit in this, and it makes sense. So I will listen to the council or work if we want to wait till August to make it's one reading decision after we get our arms around the budget. I certainly would feel more comfortable with that, but if we want to push forward with something, I'm willing to do that too. It's,
I'll make a motion that we wait till the August meeting to make a decision.
okay. Postpone till August? I don't think we need any more data from them, or do you have?
No, I don't think so. I think we just need to.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a
I
motion.
think it makes
budget.
sense to work it in with the budget as we're looking at everything, so we can make sure we have everything covered.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, second by Councilmember Jackson. Councilmember Willis, Davis?
Well, I would have preferred we go with something like a 9 and 3
Okay.
with a 6-month probationary period. That puts us average on the non-elective. And we're basically holding serve on the 3%, but we make it a little spicier with reducing the vesting period. It does, we are moving 2% up. I know we're already looking at a lower millage rate, so
If we go with the 9 and 3, what kind of?
Yes, we did. We don't have a 9 and 4. We don't have a 9 and 4 in there. We have a 9 and 3.
Oh, okay, so that's already.
Right,
Okay.
right. So we didn't because, yeah.
to take it down to their 6-month probationary period.
Right.
Fully, 100% at 6
Yeah.
months.
Because like you, Mr. Mayor, I think a lot of your talented people, that is an enticement. Particularly younger talented people. Us older people, we don't know how long we're going to be around.
We want to keep our younger talent.
So what if I withdrew my motion and made a motion to approve the 9 and 3 with 6 months? Because we know what that is, and we don't want to take money away from the employees in the budget. We want to find some money somewhere else.
I think the 9 and 3, I mean, we're clear on, I guess, the difference it would be. What I want to do is just earn it in the budget and see that we can, like, go into the budget to fight to make this happen
Okay,
and to
gotcha.
try and prioritize.
I'm
So
fine with the 9 and 3 at 6
I'm
months.
pursuing it. I think we're all on the same page. We want to do what we can. Gosh, I think we could feel really confident about it in August, but I think at this point, we were wanting more information. I think we've got enough, and it would just be prudent to take that step. Councilmember Willis suggests that 9 and 3. We've heard it's in the budget, so that makes it easy.
Guess we
Got a
need to
motion and a second on the floor. If you want to withdraw and do it, you can. I would feel more comfortable waiting, but like I said, if we want to do it, we can.
Well, I just think that, we got to take care of the employees, that's important, and at least we know the number we're working with. So if I withdraw my motion and make a motion that we approve 9 and 3 with 6 months, is that what I need to do?
I feel better waiting. That's me.
If you want to dismiss it, I'll make a motion. If you want to dismiss the one that you made, I'll make a motion.
Maybe I'll explain a little bit more of why, so I'm not trying to stand in the way. There's a lot of numbers that we heard that need to be changed.
But at this point, I mean, you've clearly stated how you feel. We've kind of stated how we feel. At this point, I feel like you're trying to change our minds. So I think we should just go with what, either dismiss it or make the vote or whatever.
I fully accept a scenario where I do not think a 9 and this increase would make sense. Make no mystery about that. I don't want that to happen. I want to pursue and make that happen. But for me to say Oak Lane or for at 350 for Oak Lane, if we want to use that one, or just the concession stand or whatever project, or fixing the flooding issues, and we're 40, 50,000 off. That's a tough decision we're going to have to make. And we take good care of our employees, I think,
Right.
today. And you pointed out
Okay,
some
I'll keep
things
my
on the
motion then
raises.
to make it on the 8th.
I have a problem with that, Mr. Mayor, because we've all discussed it, and again, you keep on going over and over that you disapprove. I feel like you're trying to change our minds, and I think you need to let us just make up our minds and decide what we want to do.
Go for it.
We have a motion on the floor
Yes,
to
we
move
do.
it to next week, next budget meeting, and we have a second. So, city,
So let's call the vote.
You don't want to rescind it? You want to hold it?
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
Against?
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Or
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
Against.
Okay, motion passes 3-2 to postpone to August. Thank you very much, Natalie. John? We can make this happen. And thank you, Todd, for...
Yes, sir. We'll bring it back in August.
For upfront, talking about August being, today would be great, but that's helpful. Thank you. And I don't think we need another presentation. I think we'll be ready. It really is down to the
Sweet
budget.
next time.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you all. We are moving right along to item number 8. Which is a request for the removal of one live oak specimen tree at 211 Buchanan. Hold on, let me make sure. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to make sure I don't have any cards. I do have the card here from Miss Pam, says Plicky. Hi. Thank you for your patience. We are I think, best to go ahead and have you come forward and make your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. As you know, I'm here to request a permit to remove a tree. I filled out the application. An arborist was sent out to inspect the tree. He stated that the tree was healthy, but however, there was no mention of all the damage that it's already done and the damage that it's going to do in the future. I brought some pictures that you could look at. It shows exactly how close the tree is. I mean, it's on the side of the house, and there's only 17 foot from the property line to the house. The tree to the wall of the house is 4 foot. from the tree, from this massive tree to the house is 4 foot. The branches are hanging over the tree. We have roots. It's a big oak tree, so we have these huge roots. And it's already tore up over half of the sprinkler system we've dug up and repaired. But we still have, we're trying to make this place look nice, but we have these big roots that are above ground. And I have pictures here of some of the roots that are 17 feet from the trunk of the tree. So you can kind of imagine what these roots are going to do to our foundation. Not to mention, when we try to walk through the side of the property, it's dangerous. I mean, I myself have tripped on them more than once already in 2 months. But the first picture, like I said, just shows how narrow the side yard is. So basically, we're just looking to make it look the best we can, get rid of the tree, somehow get someone to come in there and shave the roots down and try to get some sod in there.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to share? If needed, I think we can come back, but I'm going to go ahead and talk with the city staff, and if you're, I'm assuming you're going to wait through this, and we
If I
might
can
need to
get an
ask you
answer-
something.
If I can get an answer, that would be great. I do have a tree guy waiting for the approval, so we can get on with it. And we have other projects going too that I feel, I mean, it's just asking for problems with these roots sticking above the ground. There's going to be, someone's going to be hurt, or there's going to be a lawsuit or something, because we do have, I mean, we have painters. We've already had a roof company come in to do repairs on the roof. I mean, there's just going to be a lot of people there walking on the side of the house.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, we are taking this issue up. I think we'll be making some sort of decision tonight, and so I appreciate
Okay,
you sticking
great.
with us. We'll
Okay,
talk
thank
through
you.
it. Thank you. And how do you pronounce your last name?
Chaplicki.
Chaplicki?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chaplicki. Okay, council. City manager, I should have probably talked with you a little bit, got public comments. Anything here? I guess we can start from the top now that we've heard.
Yeah, I would just call attention to the application where the applicant says that branches are above the roof, large roots are tearing up sprinkler lines and sticking up above the ground level. I have already tripped over several times, and tree close to sidewalk and foundation. And the arborist went out and did his inspection, and in his report, on the comments, he writes, "The tree I inspected today was a live oak. At the time of my inspection, the tree was in good health, with no hazards or structural damage to the house that I could see. It has a DBH of 29 inches. This makes the tree a specimen tree and will need city council for approval for removal. See attached pictures. Let me know if you have any questions." So when this agenda item was created, if we could go to the cover sheet there, Mia.
Yeah.
And council's probably familiar with this section 10241, that there's where the cursor is, that talks about specimen trees. And of course, it has to be preserved or relocated inside the greatest extent feasible. Notwithstanding that, they can only be removed by extraordinary circumstances and only by a final permit approved by the council. So you have to consider those extraordinary circumstances and whether they or not they exist. So to assist with that, we included 10240, which if you could scroll, Mia, this This guides the city in determining the existence of extraordinary circumstances. So I call your attention to number 2, which is necessity to remove trees which pose a clear and obvious safety hazard to buildings and other improvements on a lot or parcel of land. Ordinary small cracks or uplifts in pavement, sidewalks, and non-occupied structures that are typically caused by settling and small roots shall not be considered a safety hazard. And then number 9, I'm not saying the other ones don't apply, it's just that these ones, I think, are really worthy of council consideration. Number 9, the extent of any damage or demonstrated hardship which would result to the applicant from a denial of the requested permit. And number 10, finally, the species and size of the trees proposed for removal. As we know, this is a specimen tree. Staff did recommend denying removal of the specimen tree because it didn't appear to pose any safety hazards. But the concern that I think I heard described tonight was that it could cause additional concerns or safety hazards, if I understand correctly. But currently, it's not, other than
Well, if you don't mind, we'll work through, I will give you a chance to speak. There's folks listening from home, and we want to make sure we're on the record. Thank you.
Those are, I think, all the relevant factors for council to consider as produced in the report by the arborist and applicable city code.
Just to recap, number 2, 9, and 10.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yeah, and also in 10241, if you could go up there, Mia, there are other criteria. Go the other way, the other direction. The other direction.
102. I saw that referenced. Oh, right at the top.
Keep going, keep going. There you go. So we talked about A and B. Also, there's things that city council should consider when considering a final permit to remove, whether the site design, and then this is for an unbuilt property, so that doesn't really apply. Number 2 is whether it's in the footprint of a proposed structure, which this is not a proposed structure, it's existing. Number 3, whether the location of the tree prevents access to the property from any publicly dedicated maintained roadway, or whether the tree constitutes a hazard to pedestrian or vehicular traffic. I don't think that's the issue here. And 4, whether the location of the specimen tree interferes with or prevents the construction of utility lines, drainage facilities, roadways. And I don't believe that's the issue here either. And on the next page is number 5, whether the specimen tree is diseased, weakened by age, storm, fire, or other injury so as to pose a danger to persons, property, site improvements, or other trees. I don't believe that's a factor here either, but those are the relevant factors there.
Okay, so the 1 through 5 from section 10241 reference in the agenda summary, from your understanding, there's no issues there. These are the things we have to consider when reviewing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much from your review. You don't see any issues at this time, and I should say based on our arborist and the team. But when we go to section 10240, this guide to assist, item number 2, these, and 9 and 10.
Yes, sir.
Those were the 3.
The 3 that I believe are worth considering.
Sure. That's helpful. And the arborist report is provided, the application as well. Ms. Jablicki filled out, and that tree hazard evaluation form.
Yeah, and that's where the comments are in that form at the end.
Okay.
Second page of that form, yeah. The first page, I mean.
So let's go. Yes, please, Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I met with the arborist on this, and I wanted to understand about how aggressive or not aggressive the root structures was. And I don't mean to speak for the city arborist, he can certainly comment on this himself, but what he explained to me was this particular species of trees has 2 types of roots, that there are structural tap roots that are large, and they go down and they seek the water, and that's the main source of water, but they go down and at an angle fairly deep. And then there's a more superficial root, and I forget the name of the root, but it's typically smaller roots that gather the surface water. The big point he was making there is the larger structural roots are lower, and the roots that are on the top are not as big. I wish I could explain it like an arborist, but that's my layman understanding.
Councilmember Davis, was that?
No, I just wanted to say thank you.
Councilmember, no, that's okay. Jackson.
Okay, so, and I'm looking at this, so Pam is the contractor, right, for the tree
Or
removal
perhaps
service?
maybe the tenant.
The owner is Andrea and Paul Watroba, property owners up at the top. And in the application, it shows Pamela, and I can't say your last name, I'm sorry, Pamela, as the tree contractor, is that correct?
Owner builder. Ms. Pam, do you mind coming forward?
I want to make sure I understand,
No,
because
the
it's that,
contractor is Branch Tree Service.
Okay,
Is the contractor that we have waiting to find out.
and who is Watrope?
That is my daughter and son-in-law, and they live in Michigan. So we.
Okay, so they're actually the property owners?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We just actually take care of it for them, and so we're trying to get it fixed up for them.
No problem. I just wanted to understand. I thought, are these the tree contractors? Thank you. I appreciate that. That was my question.
How old, does the report state that, the estimated age of the tree?
I don't believe it does, sir.
An inch a year?
Yeah.
20 inches is our minimum.
24 for
So,
specimen.
so it's 29 and it's 24?
24 is the
24 is the minimum. And
For
so
specimen.
if it is an inch a year, I really don't know. I'm just, but just for the sake of this point. Five years ago, 5 inches less, just as an example. Who the heck knows? I agree, yeah. But the point is, at that time, there would have been no permit needed.
It was under 24 inches, correct?
They could have just removed it.
No, the city code would have still applied. A permit would have been required, but it wouldn't have taken city council approval.
Permit could have been, but it didn't go, it does not go to P and Z or anything like that. It's just administrative.
Mhm.
Building official. There's criteria for the building official. So if they applied for it 4 or 5 years ago and it wasn't a specimen tree, the building official would have been required to review the tree, probably have the same evaluation done by an arborist and see whether or not one of the criteria applies that would authorize him to allow the tree to be taken down.
Thank you. And so, whatever the rate it grows, there's a point to where your tree grows into somebody else's hands, or at least a different procedure, right? There's a building official, and then there's another layer as it gets bigger. And the arborist, the city arborist went out, that's complimentary service I think we provide, is that right?
June, is that a job description requirement that we have employ an arborist? Yes.
We don't charge a fee, though, I don't
No,
think, or
there's no
anything
fee.
for that, so, okay. Would you mind coming back up? I want to ask one more question. Have you had any other arborists look at it, or?
No, I have not.
Okay. Is there anything, I saw you raise your hand, or interject, was there anything that you wanted to address or contrast on the things we're looking at?
Well, Well, I know that you may not think it's a problem right now, but this tree is going to be a big problem. I mean, just what we had to repair from digging up the sprinkler system. The roots down there, they were huge, all around the sprinkler system. And like I said, that tree is 4 foot from the foundation. So if I'm seeing roots that are 17 feet from the tree, imagine what's going to, I mean, they're going to be right in the foundation, I would think. If they can travel, right now, I'm looking down the yard, and 17 feet, I'm looking at a root above ground. And I'm just worried about, like, already the roots are destroying, like, the curbing that's been poured. And the tree's, what, a foot or 2 from the sidewalk? So when are we going to lose the sidewalk? You know, I mean, honestly, we would have probably never even bought the place had I known that the tree was going to be such an issue. You know, I mean, I'm not crazy about paying all the money to have it taken down either. I love trees as much as anyone else, but I just don't want to
You're
have
concerned.
the expense that this tree is going to cause us. Not to mention the fact that I don't know how we're ever going to have grass there. I mean, we can't. If you try to dig anywhere in that yard, it's just nothing but roots. That tree is even on the other side of the fence. I tried planting some things, and it's just solid roots from this thing. It's just a nightmare.
If this tree began, today, are you aware of any crack? I think you'd mentioned the sprinklers was a
The
cost
sprinklers.
to go in.
And the curb, at one time, they probably had a beautiful yard there. They had beautiful curbing poured with some pretty designs and plants. And so, yeah, there's places, well, even one of those pictures there, you can see where the tree has pushed some of that curbing up, but that's the curbing that's closest to the tree. But that, to me, that and the fact that the limbs are hanging over the roof, and they're hanging over the neighbor's shed, and there are so many limbs that's already been taken off of this tree. I mean, if I don't get permission to cut it down, I'm assuming I can have it trimmed. And
Do
there's
you
not
mind
going
if
to
we,
be nothing left.
can we verify that right now? Are you okay with that? Because I think
No.
that's a really, no, I'm saying the ability to prune. I'm
Well,
saying,
I don't think I have to get permission to prune it.
I don't either. I just want to
No,
verify.
I'm just saying that it's already been pruned so many times. How much more can you prune? I can prune it until there's just a trunk there. But
I understand the pruning. Are we correct to say that there's no permitting process to prune specimen trees over 20?
That's correct. There's no permit requirement. There is a requirement about excessive pruning shall be prohibited, and it's defined in our code what excessive trimming is.
But that's not going to help the
No.
root issue. That's the big issue here. I mean, if I could just prune it or leave it like it is, it'd be wonderful if I wasn't dealing with the other issues.
Today is it's 6 feet from that wall, the photos. The roots are,
It's 4 feet from the wall.
the are 17 feet. Are they going under the sidewalk in the house?
They're going along on the side of the sidewalk, and they're going along the side of the house.
Okay. And are they cracking anything other than, I think you had mentioned the poured concrete perimeter, the planer?
Not yet, but who knows
But you're-
how far they're going over down there. You know, this is just what I can see.
I'm going to ask a tougher question. In the event it never happened, nothing ever broke and it got big, would I'm trying to understand all your reasonings for the tree. Would that be an issue, or is it more than just the concern, which is a very understandable concern about cracking your
No,
foundation?
It's just that concern.
Okay.
That's my biggest fear. That and the fact that someone's going to get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And we certainly don't need a lawsuit. I mean, we don't know.
Was there anything, our city manager was making some statements about, as he understood it based off that. When you had raised your hand earlier, was there anything there, or did you already mention that?
I
What-
don't remember.
I felt that he had said something that you wanted to make sure, clarify or address, just so make sure.
Mm.
So the items,
I know the previous owner said that he had planted the tree and he was very proud of it, but, I mean, he even knew that the tree's an issue now. It's so big.
mm-hmm.
They just, I mean, they didn't think when they planted it, you can't plant a tree like that in that small of a space.
Well, I don't know what they
We
did
don't
under
know
the
that.
ground. For all I know is the reason it's running long ways in that open area, because we learned a lot about trees, is they put down those deep barriers, protect your foundation of your home, and so they're running. Remember those we were talking about? I don't know. But there are, I guess, subsurface concrete barriers to help guide and reroute the root systems.
Is that code for these days or back when this was built?
Don't even think it's code today. It was a technology that
Oh.
the council was exploring to overcome another specimen tree that we were looking at that had similar issues with the root system and the width of the canopy. You're saying it's going over to the neighbor's yard?
It's over the neighbor's fence, yes.
I saw it over your house.
And the canopy's over the garage and over the house here also.
Okay.
And if you look at it, like I said, it's been trimmed so many times.
Can we get a zoomed out picture of it if there's one available? I
Right
have
here.
printed, I went by there today and snapped a quick photo. I just remembered I could actually pull that. I'm trying to get an understanding of the canopy.
I have some in the pictures, but
Yeah,
they're
and I
not
think
very
you gave
good.
some. Oh, there's, okay, so this is, it looks like it's about, with the width of your fence, it looks like it's pruned right to the edge of your fence line. Well, see that one? That's the full. That's my phone, yeah. But, okay, I'm going to bring it back to the council. Thank you so much for coming up and down and helping
Okay.
council. I think we got an email too from a resident, Mr. Brad Prevel. Brad, who's helped us in the city and worked through some of the tree challenges. I don't have that email in front of me, but he had some questions. I just wanted to remind the council, was there anything on there?
Before we get to that, it says that you bought the house in May of this year, and the tree was there then, obviously. And you said the previous owner planted it. I looked it up and it says that oak trees grow 2.5 centimeters a year. So 29 inches, I don't know, we could figure that out. But, trees are very important in our city. We've lost a lot of trees here for different reasons. And I don't really think, if it's that big and it hasn't gotten, the roots are probably already under your garage and under your house. I don't see, I hate to see us lose another tree this big. I can see trimming it back again. But I just, the tree was there when you bought the house and you,
But I didn't realize I couldn't cut it down.
um,
That was the first thing we did, was call the tree guy.
yeah.
He said, you better go up to the city.
Okay. 2.9 centimeters is 1.1 inches a year.
Yeah.
So we were pretty
So it's-
close. A
yeah.
little over an inch a year.
So it's 29 inches around, so it's been there 30 years,
25 years, probably.
25.
Mhm. Yeah, 25.4 years, rough math, but yeah, thank you.
Backyard. Is this tree an invasive species, disease? Are roots being invasive at any type of plumbing, sewer, fresh water, et cetera? Are roots being invasive to the foundation, of the building, excluding sidewalks and driveway? Is the tree an inconvenience? Who has been at the property longer, the tree or the current owner? What is the purpose, reason for removal? If it's to be removed, where will the other 6 trees be located to replace this tree? And that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Asking.
And the hazard rating of 8. I'm having trouble finding the scale. What an 8 means. Where's it? Oh, right there. So the failure potential is 1, scored a 1 low. The size of part is a 3, which is 18 to 30. And the target rating 4, which is constant use. So if a hazard rating is, where does this translate into decisions, I guess? The lower score, the better, higher? Trying to understand how the,
I don't know for sure, but it would appear to me that the lower the score, the better. So it looks like the highest score would be a 4, and a 4 would be a 12. And the
Okay.
lowest would be a 1, a 1, and 1 would be a 3.
thank you. Okay, so a 3 would be the best, and a 12 would be the worst. So if we got
But you wouldn't be
Well-
seeing it because the specimen tree is going to have large parts. You would never see a 3.
Right.
Okay. The concern about roots breaking the driveway, that's not according to our arborist?
He said-
Because the roots are,
He said there was no evidence of any structural damage to the house. He didn't specifically talk about the sidewalk, but I believe you said there was no damage to the sidewalk currently.
Not yet, no, just the curbing.
Yeah. And what he explained was that the heavy tap roots go down at an angle from the base of the tree, and the lighter roots are more on the surface. The smaller roots are on the surface.
thank you.
Look at the top of the page you're on, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
It breaks it out up there.
Mm-hmm.
So, exposed roots low,
Mm-hmm.
undermined roots low, restricted root area low, potential for root failure low.
And if the tree's been there for 25 years and it hasn't affected the sidewalk? Ever.
Well, I think we've got some really mature, it is a live oak, right? Yep. There's Big Park, or the parks we can think about, or Dog Park and Friday Fest. Those are some really mature ones. In the event this tree does cause damage, what they're concerned about, what actions can they take?
Damaged tree can be removed, and for emergency conditions, it can be removed.
Okay.
Actually, the yard looks good along the back. The house has been there since 1984. There's probably, that would be, you know.
State law on this one, Mr. City Attorney. There was a change, I remember, there was maybe an unsubstantial change that happened anyways. Is there anything here on, oh no, single-family home versus?
It's limited to single-family homes.
Detached single-family.
Detached single-family home.
So that state law applies to detached single-family homes. That is not.
My understanding, it is not a detached single-family home, right? It's a
Townhome unit
townhouse.
attached to another townhome unit.
So the statutory preemption does not apply. And just a reminder that statutory preemption, even if it did apply, would require an arborist or a landscape architect to submit, have a report that the tree is hazardous using the best management practice guideline.
Thank you. Okay, council, we're at 9:54 PM. These are always very difficult decisions, for me at least. What do we want to do? I got one more question. This evaluation form that was completed, I don't know the arborist. What's this certification that it's the to become an arborist, our arborist is licensed under the FLO, I assume that number at the end of his name would be his arbor, FL0509A. Certification number. And he is, the only thing I could think of is if he did it like just a preliminary review, or this evaluation is not in depth, if there's another level to overcome their concerns and to, without talking to Tim or knowing anything about the arborist, that would be the only thing I would reserve, is that if they went back out or another arborist looked at it and could verify some things and some mitigation or whatever steps are necessary. But if Tim, went through it and did that level of inspection, I don't think that would be needed. And you certainly could pursue another arborist as well. Obviously, we try to help the community with Tim. He does a great job and helps, but I think that area, you can come forward. I addressed.
At this point, I feel like I'm going to be spending enough money on the tree. I mean, I never dreamed that it would come to this. We lived on Minuteman up until about 4 years ago, and we had the same tree in our front yard. It was beautiful, but we had a big front yard. And that tree actually, it tore up the water line. The roots grew into our water line running to the road. We still never took the tree out, but it was an expense. I guess my question is, do I come here again when this tree tears up my water line? Or I have to replace my sidewalk? Do I come here again and ask to have it cut down? Or what do I do at that point?
Well, I think if you came to us again, unfortunately, and you said it happened, I think we would have a concern on the evaluation our arborist provided us. Because from what we're seeing here, he's telling us based on the level of assessment that he performed, I don't know, again,
But he's
maybe.
not telling you, look at the roots there running along the side of the house. He's not telling, he didn't put anything in there about
Okay.
the roots,
Well,
about the
I'll have one.
damage to the curbing already.
Is it in this photo?
Bottom.
This, oh yeah, I see this one here at the bottom. Is that the one you're talking?
That's 17 feet from that tree. And this is the house.
Okay, so that root is running towards your neighbor's yard? To the side, out towards the road?
No, it's running
To the back?
down the side.
I guess the,
The garage is in front.
okay.
And that's, that house is in the back. So that tree is beside the garage. And that one, I measured 7 feet. And right on the side of the house. And when you walk down through there, you're going to trip on it. Stay up and just pat it.
Is there anything growing between the tree trunk and where that root is? Because normally my oak trees I had, they didn't go out that far, so I'm wondering what's growing whether it could be something else that has a more shallow root system.
No, it's, you can literally tell.
Yes. Yep.
Arbors before, we've always accepted his opinion. We've always accepted our arborist. And as far as the tree, the roots here, we can only go by what he's saying. So I think we need to make the decision and, if they disagree or whatever, I don't know what the decision's gonna be. They can always apply again, get another arborist and apply again, if that's what it comes down to. But I think we need to go ahead and make a decision.
No doubt we need to make a decision on a minimum, I think, extending the times. So if y'all want to go ahead and knock that out now.
I'll make a motion to extend 30 minutes.
Got a motion by Councilmember Jackson, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to extend for 30 minutes. Discussion, obviously don't have to stay that long, but. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
Against?
Okay. We are, Councilmember Davis, I agree. I think we are at the recommendation of city staff. This assessment, I do want to figure out a way to help overcome the property owner's concerns. And if she is, in fact, experiencing in them, and it's going under, and those roots, for whatever reason, do come up, right? We don't want that to happen. How can we just double verify that? Because I would fully support removing any tree that's going to, especially of that size, it's going to come and damage the foundation underneath someone's home, pipes.
Well, I mean, right here in his evaluation, it says exposed roots low. It says restricted root area low, potential for root failure low. I mean, we have to go by what he's saying. And, I think maybe down the road, if it becomes a problem, or if they want to get another arborist to bring it back to us. But from this evaluation and what our arborist is saying and what's in our code, I would have to make a motion to deny the removal of this tree.
I got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Davis to deny. Any further discussion? I would like to, if you'd be willing, come out and the pictures are helpful, but if I can come by and look, and I know that would really be helpful, and see if we can't keep this at least in front of us to overcome any issues. We do love our trees in this city, and but we also try to honor and respect private property rights, and this one's right on that line. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time and patience.
Appreciate it, and you can just go through the gate and go back there and look anytime.
I will try to get I think I got your information. I'll certainly touch base, but thank you. Council, any further discussion on this one?
Mayor, question. You said go through the gate. Is this in the backyard?
It's on the side.
It's on the side yard. I just want to make sure,
This is actually in front of it.
want to make sure the pictures that we have are on the side yard.
Yeah.
Okay,
When
and
you come back to the gate,
thank you.
the trees are-
No, that's okay. I just want to show you that. That's from standing in the road, Lincoln.
That's, okay, that's the one I thought it was too.
That's on the inside of the fence. Does that matter?
I forgot there was a fence and a gate in front of this. Normally fences and gates are towards the backyard, and I thought, are we talking about the wrong tree here for a second? But we're not.
Okay. No, good point. Nothing else?
We have a
Go ahead and
motion.
call City Clerk.
Mayor, can you send me that photo when you get a
Oh,
chance?
yes.
Okay, and I'll also need the submittal photo if the applicant doesn't want it back.
They got passed around. Can we hold it? You did have some notes in writing. Are you sure we can make copies? Okay.
Thank you.
I think we all got them in different places over here, but we'll start to move them. And I'll email that shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem
Do you mind if I
Kellum?
pause to clarify, the motion was against?
Deny,
To
to
deny,
deny.
so we are
removal.
voting
Sorry.
for denying. I don't want a double negative motion. Let's get messy. Okay, thank you, sorry.
I'll start over. Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4,
Councilmember Willis?
4.
passes 5-0. Again, thank you all. I will keep this in front of me and hopefully we'll talk soon. Thank you. Okay, thank you, council. We are now at the item number 9. We are at 10:05 PM. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. We have 25 minutes left. That would be 5 minutes per item. Do we want to take a step back and look at this? Certainly can tackle number 9 next, but I think we need to either move through them quick or just making us aware that let's take, if we want, we can take number 9 on and then,
I have a question
Yes.
about number 9. Is that something that has to be decided tonight? Do we have any time? I know that by his contract.
Yeah, the contract specifies shall be done in the months of, between May and July every year.
Don't have any. I can't see doing this in 5 minutes.
Can't hear you.
wait, she was asking about the time frame.
I just didn't hear it.
No, she had mentioned that, that we have to, I think you said, do we have to do it tonight? I said,
Right.
you could just agree to move it to August.
I just don't think, I think this is a big decision, and it has a lot to do with our budget as well, and I don't think we can decide this in 5 minutes, and we're trying to get through this thing.
I think we go.
Well, I don't think, it doesn't affect I mean, he won't get the raise or no raise or whatever we decide until the next fiscal year. Well, it does, but I mean, I would like more time than 5 minutes or whatever, and we have a lot of other agenda items we have to get through. So could we just move it to the August meeting and decide on it then and make it?
Why don't we move the other items to the August?
Well, or unless what the council determines necessary, city attorney can correct me, but the July, we have the ability, and he is recommending that in July, we've evaluated if we want to do it in August. Is what you want?
Don said something that I didn't.
Well, I just wondered why we couldn't move the other items to July. I mean, to August.
Actually, one of mine is an action item.
I just think to be fair to Todd and to have a better discussion, late for this kind of decision.
Decision fatigue is a real thing. After you make so many decisions, at the end here, it does get a little dicey, and this is a sensitive one. I will yield to this council on this one, whatever.
I mean, the contract says it has to be done between May and July. Obviously, it's a contract, so you can talk to the city manager whether or not there's some leeway to just move this, given the late hour of tonight, but that's between you and the manager to decide.
Or if council would like, I can take my agenda items that are on this agenda and move them into a workshop or a special meeting to cover them that way in July. Because one of them, I specifically am wanting to cover it in July. It has to do with budgeting. Is the reason.
If we moved it, I don't think it should be at the end of the agenda either. I'd like to
Right.
tackle it early and fresh, but it's not as much about, we should have caught that.
In front of this agenda.
And, I mean, the truth is all the items, to your point, Councilmember Jackson, are important. This one, I don't think anyone's disagreeing, is arguably the most. Our city attorney is suggesting if we talk with our city manager, I think that would be good, Mr. City Manager. If you, I mean, the evaluation discussion and in August, or I would even be open to, if there's another meeting, if we want to put it on
I'd like to.
at a sooner date.
We had a deadline to get his evaluation. At the deadline, we had 3 evaluations. At the end of the deadline, we've got one more evaluation, and then your evaluation was never turned in. That's why it's been put off. And I don't think it's fair to Todd to keep putting this off. And I think we need to go forward with it. We had no reason to not make the deadline with our evaluation. In fact, I would like a reason why you did not meet the deadline and why you have not turned an evaluation. I think it's rude to us and to the human resources and to the rest of the staff. So I deserve an answer, and I want to know why you didn't turn it in.
Okay, thank you.
I know it now.
Well, I'm sure you do. That's fine.
Excuse me. Don't go.
I'm
I asked
asking,
a question for you.
our city attorney just recommended that we ask Todd. I was following that procedure, and our mayor pro tem said that, and you interjected and said what you said. I'm here to talk with our city manager because all this is, and if he feels the way you do, he can tell us too. Okay, so
I would like an answer.
thank you for sharing with me what you would like, and I'm happy to share with absolutely, I'll give an answer, but we got some order here.
Can we?
I'm trying to get there as fast as I can without,
You're avoiding the question. I would like that question answered before I will ask the city manager to
That's not how this council works, sorry. The majority of this council
You know what?
decides.
This
Okay,
council, you have been so demanding on this staff and given criticism to this staff for not getting stuff turned into you on a appropriate time. I'm talking Fillmore and Jackson, but yet you don't show the same courtesy to them. I want to know why.
yep. Well, I'm just trying to be respectful and make sure she's heard. I think I've heard enough. You've made your point very clear, and I'm not, I don't think it's a good use of our time at 10:12 right now to debate that. City manager, I think we would appreciate the time. If July is important, that's the deadline, July 31st. That's the real contractual deadline, and it was stated. If you feel strongly that we need to do that in July, I'm willing to. Today is the 16th, so we're halfway. If you want to meet before July to honor that, I'm all about that. I'm willing to do that in a standalone meeting in the middle of the day. It doesn't even have to be, if you want to meet at noon. I don't think this needs to be.
I think we need
My thoughts? I always support the majority will of my council. If the council wants to reschedule this to next month, we can reschedule to next month.
Thank you. Got a, no, I think do we have a motion?
I make a motion that
I second the motion.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Jackson to postpone to August and make it the first item on the agenda,
yes, please.
if reasonable and legal. I mean, if there's like a public hearing item or something, obviously. Would that be okay with you?
I mean, again, whatever the council likes. I like it being where it's less crowded in the room to have the discussion, but it's the council's call.
Okay, well, we might, okay.
We've gone later than 10:14. We've gone to 11-something at night. So it's not
Yeah,
that it's not doable.
those were some pretty messy conversations too at 10:30
Okay, we had a
at night.
motion and a second.
Yep, we're
so-
discussing. Any other discussion on this item? City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
Against.
Councilmember Jackson?
Or
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Or
Mayor Morrison?
Four.
Councilmember Willis?
Against?
Passes 3-2.
Still like an answer.
We've got business in front of us. I will happily provide you an answer when we don't have 4 items on the agenda that we need to deal with at 10:15 at night. And the day I demand answers out of you is the day you should tell me don't do that. So I want to treat you the same. So thank you. I've communicated with our city manager as of yesterday and leading up to it. And thank you all for your patience on the matter. Councilmember Jackson. Okay, so we're at item number 10. We have 10, 11, and 12 left. Number 10 is a discussion amending the city's public electric vehicle charging station fee.
and this is actually a Zach item.
Yep. Hey, Zach. Yeah, the depth perception is a little tricky. Your feet seem far away. I understand.
But I can't see.
They look very nice.
Thank you.
We've all come to a consensus. The new glasses look nice.
Thank you. I'm glad that's reflected in the record.
So we got a discussion item here.
Oh,
This is item number 10, amending the public EV charging station fee schedule to allow for overnight charging at the city hall. and provide direction to staff regarding updating city code as appropriate to allow for overnight EV charging. Do we want to take that up tonight? Can we do something quick with that?
Sure, I could give you a brief synopsis. It's up to you guys.
I think
if
it'd
you
be
want to
worth
push it.
Spend a couple minutes on it at least.
If you want-
5 minutes.
Let's go.
I could do it in 1 minute.
Okay, that's
Thank
even
you.
better.
The basis of it, council, is that right now, I myself, I know a few other council members have received inquiries from residents with electric vehicles asking the city to make them 24/7 at least some locations, because charging an EV usually happens overnight. It just kind of makes sense with the work schedule that someone has or their lives. You come home, that's where you charge it. Not everyone has access to overnight charging for whatever reason. It is currently not allowed in city parks to park overnight, but that is not applicable to City Hall. It's where half of the charging stations are located anyways, and it's actually where we see the most usage. We've gotten nearly about 350 plugins, individual plugins at City Hall so far, which is pretty great. So we wanted to see if it would be possible, if you guys would be amenable to updating the fee schedule to allow for overnight charging at City Hall. It'd be very easy to do that. We've conferred with BCSO, and they're okay with doing it. Makes sense too, in proximity to where they are located for security reasons. When we did the market study for the other cities that do it, pretty much everybody does offer 24/7 charging. So we're kind of not being up to snuff with being competitive with other markets. Yeah, and it'd just be another way to capitalize the most on our investment and make some more revenue. That's all I got.
Is that, council? Really two things, it sounds like.
Yes,
Fee schedule.
the second part would be, if you're also amenable, would be to direct staff to update the city's code to allow for overnight charging at specific city parks. Certain conditions to do it.
Okay. Councilmember Jackson or anyone?
I would like to. When I started this, we wanted to keep an eye on how our charging program was going. And I think we've got it's winged right now, its wings are clipped, so to speak, because we haven't had the travel numbers in here, and the numbers are really low. So I think we need to encourage anything we can to bring up these revenues. And Zach, I'm going to go ahead and say what some of these are because it's in the report at the back of the agenda. So total since December is $2,567. Charging revenue is $2,316. Idle fees are $251. And our total sessions are 818. And as Zach was saying, City Hall has had a lot more activity than some of the other locations in the city. I do know that some of the people that I've worked with and talked to, unfortunately, and this is something that happened after we got our chargers, but unfortunately they're using the Tesla fast charger down the road. So we need to do whatever we can to boost these up because we're not
Competitive.
utilizing them the way that we would need to. So I support Zach's proposal to open up here at City Hall specifically because that's low-hanging fruit that we could do fairly quickly without having to engage our parks or BCSO to patrol the parks overnight. But we've had we've had more activity on these chargers here at City Hall.
Correct.
And we know that, and we didn't know that before. Think
No,
about that.
we got a lot of numbers now.
Yeah, and that's
we can play with
appreciative.
it.
The reports are helpful because it'll help us to manage it.
Exactly.
Thank you, Zach.
So the rates, the time overnight, specifically at City Hall, seems like something you definitely want to do. And then as far as the rate?
The rates remain the same. The
Okay.
thing that changes would be the idle fee. I don't think it's fair to
Okay.
immediately start it overnight. That would rack up some pretty serious cost by the time you woke up in the morning. Might be a discouragement to use them. So I suggest that we push the idle fee out, or you eliminate it entirely between the hours of 9:30 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. Just so that it's more, you just get straight charge for the electricity instead of an idle fee.
And you can set it in that time period. That's really cool.
That's correct, yes.
And we did have early on, when Zach and I started working on this, one of our citizens that came to us then and said, it's a hardship when I can't get back here because I've fallen asleep. I'm getting up, getting ready to work for work the next day. By the time I've gone, I've got idle fees that have racked up on her. And she asked us literally in an email to modify that back then, if you remember, Zach. So that's something that could be helpful for boosting that up here, since we've got BCSO nearby.
And that could, not having the idle fee could be offset by the longer charging period, because you have no reason to use the vehicle, you're sleeping, so it'll stay there for a long time and get charged probably from a lower battery point too, so they're getting more charge, we get more revenue.
But I think that we should push the discussion for whether we're going to open up the parks off to another month.
Yes, I agree.
Just because that's going to take a lot more time to discuss.
But we're,
As long as, because my question was the safety and stuff, but as long as, communication on them say that they're fine, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and you could use this opportunity to see how City Hall does, and then if the numbers are really good, it's encouragement to open it up even further, so it could be almost seen as like a trial period.
Mr. Mayor?
yes, sir.
Well, opening up Banana River Park and the C5, those are wide open areas. Sheriff's Department already patrols through PDR. We have residents who love to keep an eye on Banana River Park. They're just looking for somebody to do something out there that they can see with their binoculars, But I think those two parks would be fairly easy to keep an eye on. So I think it would behoove us to open those two. Manatee Park, maybe not, because it's pretty dark back there. So,
It also has a gate.
yeah, well, I
The others
don't
don't.
know that it's closed very often.
Yeah, I'm unaware.
So City Hall, are we saying one, two, you're saying you feel okay about Manatee opening up?
Banana River Park.
Or Banana River, I'm sorry.
And the C5,
Yes, that's what I meant to say.
Canaveral City Park.
Or City Hall too?
yeah, in City Hall, yeah.
And you're
I'm good with
you're
that.
adding those two to City Hall?
Absolutely, I'm
okay
good
with
with that.
Councilmember Davis?
Do we need a motion, or?
I think we got 3 locations after hours with eliminating the idle fee.
Ultimately would require a resolution change.
Yeah, this is written as it would be amended as an updated fee schedule resolution, and we bring it back to you in August with
And
the
City
changes.
Hall,
Yeah.
But it may require a code change regarding overnight parking in the parks.
That's correct. So we would come back,
Exclude EVs.
if you wanted it, we would come back in August with an ordinance to change the city code to allow for overnight parking at parks, specifically Banana River and Canaveral City,
For EV charging.
specifically for EV charging, where you have to be physically plugged in to not get ticketed. Yeah, that would be an
Ordinance
ordinance.
will be 2 readings, but there's some adjustments that can be made, I think, to implement perhaps City Hall
Yeah, that would just be,
immediately, but not the parks, because there's a overnight parking prohibition, right, in the
Correct.
parks.
yeah.
So maybe we should separate City Hall or whatever. I think you have the will to do those, maybe some
You
pushback.
just give the direction, and then we have to just work on the paperwork and bring it back to you. One question, we have overnight, is there a, like, how soon can someone actually park and it's overnight? Like, can you park at 5 PM and then leave it there until 7 in the morning, or do you have to start at a certain point?
I would offer a suggestion there. So the park rules are dusk to dawn. So any session started prior to dusk is okay as a regular daytime session, but any session started after dusk and before dawn would have to comply with this.
Yeah.
Whatever the new regulation is. And that would also involve the idle fees. So the idle fee is more strict for a daytime charging session starting before dusk. If we have a relaxed idle fee, it would start for those sessions started after dusk.
Yeah.
No, Councilmember Willis talked about idle fees.
Okay.
And that's because we were considering having a relaxed idle fee for overnight parking at parks. So more time, a grace period, a greater grace period to go get your car.
Yes. Or eliminate it during that window. Either way, I think, my only concern would be is if we're doing ordinance change 2 readings, we want to, maybe Manatee Park's the only one we can't get comfortable with, but having as many of them as we can in one shot, 2 readings, get it done.
So if I could, Mayor, I think there's consensus, I'm trying to be wary of the time too. I think there's consensus to direct staff to go ahead and authorize immediately City Hall overnight parking. But we still have to consider that idle time fee, the idle issue. If there's going to be a relaxed idle, that should apply in parks as well as City Hall.
Yeah, I think they would replicate each other.
And that would be a resolution for that. So we could bring a resolution back for City Hall and, well, we can do City Hall, but we just don't want to do it until we have the resolution approved for the idle fee.
Technologically speaking, it could be done right now, but we want to adhere to the fee schedule, so.
So I guess, let me recap then. We're looking at a resolution and an ordinance coming to council. The resolution is for the idle fees, and the ordinance is for specified parking at city parks.
Yep.
If that's consensus of council, then we can
I'm all for it.
proceed that way.
And can we add in what type of communication strategy to our residents we will have to get them aware of the fact that we've...
Zach's already on that.
Absolutely.
We'll have that in the item.
Perfect, thank you.
So this was a discussion item. I think we have consensus, at least for the resolution for the idle fee and the ordinance for the parks overnight. And we need anything else? Happy to take up a vote. I don't know what
What do we need, Anthony?
direct. I think you guys got it.
I've got the consensus. Thank you, Mayor.
Anything else, council, just to be sure? Councilmember Willis, idle fee, you're okay with that? No, okay. All right, so we are at the 10:29. We extended to 10:30. We just finished item number 10. Guys, we're going to have to extend or move to the next meeting, or just don't take action, and I think they would be old business if we're not going to extend. I'm happy to extend.
I want to make a motion to extend, just to wrap up. I've got one I need action on. The rest I can move, but that way we can make a plan to move it to the next.
Which one and how much time do you think you need?
Number 11.
Okay.
And this is...
What's the time? We're at 10:30 now, so we need to extend for the...
I would... Yeah, if we extend to 11, we've got it covered, but hopefully it won't take that long to discuss this.
Okay, we got to do that by motion, and...
Make a motion to extend to 11.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Jackson, second by Mayor Pro Tem, to extend any further discussion to 11 p.m. to clarify. Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
Against.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
Against?
Okay.
Agenda item 11, I'm going to go ahead and just jump in because everyone wants to get out of here, understandably so. Tim, would you come up, please? Agenda item 11, in our last meeting, we talked about looking at things that we could do immediately to eliminate storm water in the presidential streets that are flooding. And since then, I met with Tim. We made no action out of that last meeting, although we discussed the possibility of many different alternatives. And since then, I've met with Tim, and Tim started providing me with some information as far as some things we could do in that area to get floodwaters off the street, such as pervious curbs. So curbs that drain, things of this nature. And so this item, which is at the end, and we have things that we added to this to show you, but I know no one wants to go through it at 10:30 at night. So I just need an action item for us to be able to look at this, because if it's something that we can do that will give us immediate impact on the flooding in the presidential streets, I need an action item to take a look at it, because we're at budget season and I need to include that in there. So I'm looking at needing council's vote for Tim to be able to provide us with some pricing and some different alternatives on things that could work on flooding now versus when some of the presidential streets get finished, or Civic Center, because those are longer projects.
Got it. So this discussion is about city manager, requesting the city manager to look
Mr.
into some
Mayor,
short.
excuse me, point of
Yes.
order, and I might have missed this, but extending the meeting past 10 PM required a supermajority, and I don't think you had a super.
We did not. We just had a 3-2.
You only had a 3-2.
Let's,
Sorry about that, but I just picked
please
up on that.
advise what we do.
Well, the meeting isn't technically adjourned under your rules because you didn't have a supermajority for extension.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if you want to reconsider that or what, but that was, that's your rule under 2-69. I mean, the city council may extend the meeting by supermajority of the city council present at the time of adjournment required by this section. So.
I can't even speak to your item
I
at this point to
understand.
honor what our city attorney said.
That's
So
okay. It all
if
gets
there's no
shoved to the
reconsideration,
end.
I assume there's no reconsideration. Seeing none, meeting adjourned.
Apparently.
Yeah, that we want to do it right. Okay. Motion to adjourn?
Yep.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you very much.